Hello and welcome to the first Botswana Annual Law and Tech Summit. Thank you for connecting and joining us as we make history in Botswana as the first summit to be held virtually in Botswana. During the summit, you will witness conversations of how to harness law and regulations in the ever-rising technological advances. The content of this conversation includes how to drive legal innovation within an organization, accessing data, using technology in addressing unstructured data, and finally, how to ensure that we use legal technology to provide better services to our clients. It is indeed an exciting time for us, exciting season, and the panelists are well prepared to ensure that they deliver in its full essence on what to expect in the legal and tech space. What you can expect today is from our panelists is first of all an opening remarks by Alice Namuli-Balzovec. Thereafter, we'll have a 45 minutes interaction with our panelists. And thereafter, we'll take a break, a 15 minutes break for you to refresh, put on makeup, change your outfits, get refreshments, or whatever else that you may need during the 15 minutes break. And then finally, we'll have our closing remarks by Olemo Lolo Madiketla. Now, remember that you can participate in this conversation by commenting on whatever platform that you're watching from. So you can place any questions or comments that you may have while the discussion is going on. And we'll definitely endeavor to ensure that we answer as many questions as possible during the course of the summit. The summit only lasts for 2 hours, so you need to make sure that you get everyone that you know to participate. You can do this by sharing the link from the platform that you're watching on all your social media platforms. Get them all in all your networks, get them to participate in the summit. It's bound to be insightful and you don't want to miss it. Now over to our first speaker, who is Alice. Alice is a partner at a law firm in Uganda. She specializes in law and technology with special interests in cyber law, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, and many others. So Alice is going to give us an opening remark on what to expect during the summit. Alex, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ada. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues. I'm very, very excited to be part of this summit. Like Ada mentioned, it's the first virtual summit, low-tech summit in Botswana. And I'm sure there are not many of this yet on the continent, right? Yes. So congratulations on that. Congratulations. I think it's definitely high time that that such an event took place, or to highlight the remarkable contributions that have taken place on the continent in the legal tech space, but also to highlight what exactly we are going through right now as a continent. Not only actually the continent, it's pretty much the whole world, like what we are experiencing. And when you look around us right now, it's no longer an issue of I am in Uganda and I'm a practicing lawyer in Uganda. I think whatever definitely everyone is experiencing is a global issue. And it's very, very important that we definitely come together, work together, network, and find global solutions of how actually we can survive during this era. I'm a very big-time lobbyist for legal technology on the African continent, not only on the African continent, pretty much worldwide. I'm part of different initiatives that bring lawyers together and bring lawyers together and other professionals to come up with solutions for the legal profession. Because the reason why I got into this space was because I used to be a leader actually in the law society, our law society, and I learned that there was so much that as our law societies we needed to do to prepare ourselves for the future. So to me, it became very obvious that we as leaders, we had to study the trends of where we are going. So I realized also quickly that the legal profession was changing at a very, very fast pace. And the only way we were able actually to survive was to bring in our space other professionals and try as much as possible to collaborate with them. And through those kind of initiatives, there's several of them. If you look at in my profile, you'll be able to see the several platforms or initiatives definitely I run geared towards providing platforms that foster conversations at the intersection of law and technology, and also to create space, a safe space where people from different professionals are able actually to come together and collaborate with us. As you know very well, lawyers, we've always had, we always, what do you call it? We've always guarded our spaces very jealously. We do not know how to share space with anyone apart from ourselves. So I created this platform so that I give people so many opportunities to be innovative, creative, and especially the young lawyers who are a future of our legal profession. So for me, where we are right now, it has been a journey that I started, I would say between 7 to 5 years ago, but more specifically 5 years. 7 years, I was still, I guess, wandering to the waters. But and over the years, we've created again so many spaces and platforms for this kind of conversations, and I'm very pleased what Law Tech Botswana is doing to foster this kind of conversations, of course, within Botswana and on the continent, basically bringing so many players on the continent on the same platform to share experiences, to learn from each other, to understand what is going on in the different spaces we are in, and how can we actually work together, collaborate, and come up with something much bigger than ourselves. So I'm extremely pleased to definitely be here. And what I wanted to talk about mainly was technology and the future of work. That's pretty much a subtopic I was given for the opening remarks. And to me, I just wanted to, again, concentrate more on where we are right now as in the COVID, I guess, lockdown, or COVID-19 lockdown, and what it means actually for the legal profession. We can all agree, I'm sure, that it has forced the legal profession to be redefined. For so long, I have been part of the people who preach legal technology for a very long time, and I felt for some time that every time I used to speak to lawyers, there was this kind of feeling that I'm speaking to the wall. But within now, of course, the COVID-19 lockdown, I realize now lawyers are they're kind of attentive and they're listening. So this actually conference is quite timely. We've held several conferences in the past on the continent under the Africa Legal Tech Network, where we have different events. But then again, like I've told you, we've been like speaking to people who really, I'm sure, don't really appreciate what is going on. But right now, where we are, clearly COVID-19 has turned out to be the game changer. The need to be competent in technology is no longer a luxury. It is a matter of immediate survival. To me, it feels pretty much like a split second when the world order shifted, bringing about all these unforeseen, precedented changes in the way we live and the way we work. Look at what we are doing right now. We are tuned into pretty much continental audience, or I'm sure there are also some people who are watching us from a global audience, and we are communicating to the whole world. What does that mean? It means so much. From our homes, from the comfort of our homes, we are one people. And for so long, the all the futurists in the legal profession had predicted the legal profession, of course, there will be a very big impact of technology in the legal profession. And the thinking was this will take like about 10 to 20 years, for the legal profession to completely change. But clearly that doesn't seem the case anymore. Overnight, the competence in technology has taken a new rise. It's at a new level. So many countries or places, of course, legal spaces have changed drastically. In my country, everything is under lockdown. I don't know, actually in Botswana, I'm sure you also have some kind of lockdown that's going on, but pretty much on the continent, everything is in a standstill. Courts have closed. You're no longer able to, go freely to court and file your documents. We have adopted online court hearings. We are having video conferencing for hearings. And this is not only happening on the African continent, but all over the world. So many jurisdictions have come up with measures to establish virtual courts. In a split second, guys, we have like virtual courts. How do you explain that? It's just amazing. And yesterday, actually, we had a conference in relation to dispute resolution online, where the dispute resolution platform is based or supported by blockchain. On the African continent, we've always had online dispute resolution, but in very remotely in a very small space, because very few people actually appreciate online dispute resolution. But this platform is a blockchain platform, and you use smart contracts. It's all automated from the day you file your pleadings. You can actually file your pleadings from Uganda. I saw someone in Botswana, they also file their pleadings, and then you have like arbitrators all over the world who can join, like how we are now, and hold a hearing from beginning to the end. You write your your judgment, and again file it on the platform. Then payments are still made on the platform in case of a judgment. Before actually parties agree to use this platform, they are required to put money aside on an escrow account. So in case a judgment is awarded to one party, automatically the system under the smart contract automatically wires the money to the person who has won, who has been awarded costs. So there's nothing even like enforcement going around chasing people that, oh my goodness, there's this court order that needs to be enforced. So things are clearly changing. And this conference, we had it, this training, we had it yesterday on the whole continent, where of course people were able to join, and of course worldwide. But those kind of alternatives were just never known to us as lawyers. And I think this is a very good time for us actually to know what alternatives are there. And I'm giving you a lot of credit, Rotabile, right? Yeah, for coming up with this concept that at this particular time where I think need it more than we ever needed this kind of conversations. So, but then what is the way forward? First of all, are lawyers ready? Are we aware of? We're aware of pretty much what is going on, but are we ready to move on in the settings that we have, in terms of, okay, yes, we have been, our situation has changed drastically, but are we ready to cope up? Are we ready to use the technologies that are available on the legal market? And what are those technologies? Are we able to? Do we have the right skills? Do our lawyers have the right skill sets to actually deliver? Do we have the right tools to work from home? Law firms able actually to facilitate their lawyers to work from home? Not only even law firms, I mean, any institution that definitely is delivering legal services. The access to justice department, is it able to cope up? In my country, clearly not. But everyone now is, I would say, in a high mode where, oh my goodness, we have to definitely deliver, but we don't have the tools. So what should happen right now is, I think as much as possible, of course, this kind of platforms should also bring out the kind of legal tech tools or platforms that are already available. There are already so many, and I know many law firms that have are using them, from using AI solutions to carry out research for within a law firm, using cloud management systems where everything is in the cloud and you can access your data from anywhere in the world, wherever you are, so that you can be able to tap into your the systems of the firm, access clients' matters, and also be able to communicate to your clients and also within your office. Right now, I'm sure all offices are having meetings like also via Zoom or these kind of platforms. But the question is that, are they facilitated? And also, are we actually aware of the vulnerabilities we're exposed to because of these the changes, the vulnerabilities like cybersecurity attacks? Are lawyers aware of this? How do we advise our clients? How do we actually, first of all, implement this within our working work setups? But how do we also advise our clients? How do we take advantage of these new fields of law? New fields of law comprising from the new technologies, the emerging technologies that are already on the market, like using artificial intelligence, using blockchain platforms to enhance the way we deliver legal services, getting into new fields of law like robotics, data analytics, cybersecurity. The list goes on. Like, there's just so much, so many I would say topics or fields of law that we as lawyers, we can be able to tap in and ex- and expand on our practice. We also have to know that the in the past we've always stuck to a certain way of doing things. Everything has to be signed. Everything has to be done in the best. I hear they said best evidence is the physical evidence, right? But now in the environment where we are in, can that even work? Of course, I don't think that is now would be the best option. So we definitely also have to change our laws. You know that. We have to change the way we have to lobby for new laws that are able to help us to work in or to survive in, I guess, post-COVID. Because when you talk about e-signatures, most of our laws, actually, I think it also happens, it's the same thing in Botswana. We are not allowed to have e-signatures for anything, for any documents. You're supposed to have, wet signatures and register them. And sorry.
Oh, wow. We just lost Alice there. The camera just went off. Thank you so much, Alice, for those opening remarks. She asked several questions. Oh, she's back. Hi, Alice.
I'm actually there. But...
That's what happens.
No.
Alice? Okay, thank you so much, Alice, for those opening remarks. Oh, there you are.
I just switched off my video because my son just walked in. I thought I had locked the door. Clearly, that's, and I didn't want him to come.
The perks of having a virtual summit from the house. You have your little children running around. But thank you for locking the door. Okay, Alice, thank you so much for those opening remarks. And Alice asked a few questions. I mean, I can't say that lawyers are ready or the legal practice is ready for some of the changes that we're going to experience. But have we been expectant? I personally have been expectant. I've been expectant for years now, waiting for the time when court sessions will be virtual, where I can be litigating from New Zealand on a South African matter. and my client is in India. I mean, it's really exciting times, and we'll be litigating from the comfort of our beds, and the judge as well, from the comfort of his bed or wherever in his house. So it's an exciting time. Law is indeed being redefined. Legal practice is being reshaped, and we really look forward to it. We welcome the change, and technology is no longer a luxury. It is indeed a necessity. I mean, look at what's happening now during COVID-19. I always ask the question, what would happen if the internet was shut down during COVID-19? We're not allowed to go out and socialize. But what if we didn't also have access to the internet? So indeed, technology is really important, and we need to embrace it as the legal fraternity. Thank you, Alice, for that. Now, moving on to our 45 minutes interactive conversation, and my panelists consist of Tefo Setlare, and we also have Njiramanda Mbewe Boati. Lady and gentlemen, I can see you. Welcome, and thank you so much for availing yourself. We were supposed to have a third participant, that's Charlene van Loo. Oh, there you are, Charlene.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, Charlene. That's awesome. I actually thought you were going to be absent from this discussion, but part of our panelists for this particular conversation consists of a lawyer, we have an entrepreneur, and we have Charlene, who is the mediator. And I'll just give you guys an opportunity to introduce yourself, tell us what you do in the professional space, and also what you've been doing at home, exciting activities that you've been keeping yourself busy with during the lockdown. I'll just give you guys 5 minutes for the introduction before we go into the questions and the conversation itself. So 5 minutes in total will be 1 minute, 40 seconds. We'll start with you, Tefo.
Hi, yes. Thank you very much. So how many minutes do I have again? Sorry.
1 minute, 40 seconds.
Okay, yeah, and I'll be able to do that. So,
okay.
So listen, I have I've had a strange career. I started off in private practice and joined corporate as legal counsel. So I've been on either side of the fence, and then somewhere along the line, I moved to risk management. And I've moved through pension funds, investment management, long-term, short-term insurance. Presently, I'm in risk management in mining. And as my career would have it, I'm now transitioning into enterprise development, which is really about helping grow enterprises and entrepreneurs. And this is consistent with the citizen economic empowerment narrative that we have in our country. And I guess the experience I bring to this panel is my legal background, as well as through risk management. I've dealt with a lot of technology. I've dealt with a lot of digital transformation, digital disruptions, and possibly to underscore or underline that, I take myself as a systems thinker whose aim is to really disrupt the status quo and challenge legacy thinking. And
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. And what have you been doing to keep yourself busy apart from work?
Growing my hair. I haven't been able to go to the salon for the past month. So I've been growing my hair and beard. And this one is the one thing I was stressing about. And I was also stressing about whether I'd be able to fit in a suit, because obviously being on lockdown, I haven't been able to be as active as I ordinarily would. So yeah, I've obviously been packing on a few inches and growing my hair. But importantly, listen, it's been quite a good time to reflect. But for me, because our industry is essential services, and our company is a mainstay to the economy, it pretty much has been work throughout for me, albeit mostly working from the office, here and there working from home.
Okay. Njiramanda, are you here? Njira?
Yes, morning. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes. Run us through your professional career and also what you've been busy with during the lockdown. 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Okay. I am an attorney. I'm the founder of Mbewe Legal Practice. I am a council member of the Law Society of Botswana, and I am also a representative for Botswana in the SADC Lawyers Association Council. So I'm a litigator. I'm the typical attorney, court, drafting, and basically fighting for people's rights. I bring to the table the side or the version of the administration of justice, the effect of this pandemic on attorneys, on the administration of justice, and the effect also for litigators. What have I been doing? I have been drafting, cooking. For once, I've been a housewife. Mostly, I'm always working, but this time I've had the opportunity to bake. So that has been the nice side to being home. But in terms of work and drafting, that has continued, even though there have been a few challenges here and there, which I'm sure we will get into as we go ahead.
Yes. Indeed, a lot of women have been turned to housewives because they're not as active as they used to be. And a lot of them are actually baking more than they've ever done in their lives. Charlene.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Talk to
Can
us
everybody
about...
hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Charlene van Rietler. I'm based in Botswana and I have been for 23 years. I'm an internationally accredited mediator and conflict coach, qualified with a law degree and dedicated to the art of conflict resolution. I've seen a lot of awareness grow within our community and people are beginning to understand that there are alternatives to the legal processes. I'm committed to assisting parties to resolve conflict in order to establish and improve their relationships. So I'm a little bit of a relationship person. I understand the need for the legal processes in certain instances. However, I feel that there are instances where we do not need to always turn to the courts. We should turn inwards and try and resolve our conflicts amongst ourselves. I've been actively involved in Botswana within the alternative dispute resolution industry as an independent mediator, trainer, facilitator, and conflict coach. I basically assist parties in interpersonal conflict, working in the field of commercial, workplace, family, peer, and construction mediation. Started out mostly doing family law or family dispute resolution, and as time has gone, as Tefa was saying, our careers move in a direction that we don't always plan. I've gone into doing claims consulting for construction contracts, so that's sort of where I've gone. But interesting in the tech space, a lot of things I'm looking forward to working with and seeing where we can go. So to all my other panelists, I look forward to having a good chat with you on those wonderful topics that have been set aside for us to discuss today. In terms of lockdown, I'm stuck in Johannesburg, away from my husband and my children.
Charlene, okay.
Yeah.
Charlene, we didn't get that during the lockdown.
Oh, during the lockdown, I am stuck in Johannesburg. However, it's been quite a good time for me to reflect and work on some strategies and ideas that I've been wanting to work on for a long time within the dispute resolution space. So a good opportunity to make the most of it.
Awesome. So yesterday I had most of the panelists, and I just want to quote something that Lolu Madike said to me when I asked her about what she does and how she's everywhere. She's doing so many things at the same time, and she's going to give our closing remarks. Remarkable response that she gave me. She said, "I'm in a single space with defined purpose, able to infiltrate every sector." And that is what you see with most of our panelists, and you see throughout our summit for the next 2 hours, is that our panelists are in a single space with defined purposes, but they're able to infiltrate different sectors, and that is really exciting. Let's move into the discussion today, and I want us to start by focusing on how we use or how we can make use of legal innovation within an organization. So encouraging its use within an organization. But I want to start with the definition of legal innovation and what are the opportunities and key challenges that most organizations face with legal innovation. I'll start with you, Injira.
Yes, with legal innovation, this is basically bringing in different technology or artificial intelligence into the workplace. The challenges that are faced are the structure of law firms and organizations. They do not allow for innovation. Billable hours, chargeable time does not encourage organizations. Mostly partners of law
Sorry,
firms
let
are
me just
looking.
interrupt you there. Can I just ask the panelists to just mute their mics if you're not talking so that we don't have echoes in the background? Thank you. Please proceed, Indira.
Thank you. I was saying that the structures of law firms or legal organizations is that the bottom line is annual dividends and to the partner collective. So it's about making money, and bringing in legal innovation can to some extent affect the dividends that partners may receive at the end. Something also very important is skills and lawyers. Generally, we are averse to change. We are conservative. We hold on to traditional values. We are refusing, I don't want to say we're failing, but we're refusing to move away from the traditional black and white. We don't want to venture into the yellows and the reds and the purples. So we need to, I think also it's a mindset. We need to, as attorneys, now start looking at what can we change and how can that be better for us. There is cost as well. Legal innovation comes at a cost, at a price, and some law firms or organizations are not willing to invest into such, even in times like this, which we've now come to see that this is necessary. There would also have to be a collaboration between legal minds and those in technology and other sectors. So we need to be open to that. The cost of equipping and training staff into the new and exciting era of technology. And lastly, the risk. With innovation, a lot of work has to go into something new to make sure it will not make mistakes. As an attorney, we deal with people's cases, we deal with people's lives. I look at it that way. I look at it as, in my own way, a superhero. So I'm trying to save people's lives, and the risk that technology may bring, if there is a mistake, that mistake may come at a cost to the client, and the client may not be welcoming. And I may be taken to task for the risk that that technology may affect my client, even though I may have, it may have been in good faith. I may have been trying to be open to legal innovation and artificial intelligence and all of that. But then the risk falls on me as the attorney. There's a quote I like, Thomas Edison. If there's a way to do it better, find it. This is this is such a time for such a quote. And the opportunities, that would be the challenge. But the opportunity, the greatest opportunity is that all the tasks that we do, we are greatly tasked. There are not so many hours in a day. We have so many cases that we have to deal with. We have to assist each client. Each client needs to feel like their matter is important and that it's a priority. And the greatest opportunity that legal innovation would bring is that we'd be able to do so much more in such a little time. Also, at this point in time, our country is under a state of emergency. We are still under a lockdown which has been extended. The courts are not open. They're only open for extremely urgent matters, which means every other matter that is not extremely urgent comes to a standstill. Our status hearings, our motion courts, our trials have all come to a standstill, and that obviously adversely affects our clients. If we embrace technology, we would be able to proceed and try to do as much as possible during this period of lockdown and period of state of emergency. So there's been a lot of anxiety from litigants in terms of what happens with my matter. My matter comes to a standstill. We have to wait. These are uncertain times, and it's just a lot of anxiety that, as an attorney, I also have to deal with clients to try and put them at ease. But this is an opportunity, and I think we should see this as an opportunity, this pandemic as an opportunity to show us exactly where we're lacking, and that this should not have to repeat. History should never have to repeat itself. So those would be the challenges and the opportunities.
Definitely. And indeed, it has shown a lot of people where they're lacking. And a lot of law firms, specifically those that can afford it during this time, are embracing technology more. But you still have the small,
Yes.
medium-sized law firms that can't really afford it
Yes.
at the moment. So
Yes.
they're still inclined to the traditional mode of legal practice. Tefo,
Yes.
one of the things that about entrepreneurs is that, and I ask you this because you're into entrepreneurship, is that they always want lawyers to review agreements for them, review all their legal documents. What are some of the risks that may be involved in the entrepreneurship space where legal innovation is concerned?
I think possibly there's a broader conversation there, and the broader conversation is really around innovation. That a lot of times we think of innovation as bringing something totally new, but it essentially it's just creating a new type of value through newness, through delivering something in a different way. And in essence, what this means is there have been advancements in neuroscience around how we perceive data and how we perceive information, the way we want information, but importantly, how we make decisions. And this is no different in the entrepreneurial space. That decision making is one of the key areas of a successful business, whether it's a high growth business or it's an SMME, it's a micro business, or a sole trader. Decision making is the difference between success and failure. So this means now entrepreneurs, and this is not different from any other decision makers. They require data driven information and insights from that data in order to make decisions. Decisions now need to be more data driven than any other time in our lives. If I bring closer to home, if you look at what's happened with the COVID-19, a lot of the decisions that have been taken around lockdown and restrictions are based on data, are based on analysis of data. What is happening? Where is it happening? What patterns do we foresee? In essence, what this means for lawyers is gone are the times when we used to deliver opinions and views in a way where there were blanket views or blanket opinions and not really providing someone a decision-making opportunities. At this instance, by the time we make a decision as individuals and entrepreneurs and everyone else for that matter, we need to have the data to have done almost 80% of the workforce. 80% meaning we need to have the data, have someone have analyzed the data, derived insights from the data, and in essence have someone say to us that this is the data that we have, and these are the insights, and these are the patterns that we see, and therefore allow us to make informed data-driven decisions. So this is what it means for lawyers. And if you bring this away from the entrepreneurship space to corporates, having been legal counsel and obviously also having been on the other side where I was practicing, it's going to change how we deliver opinions. Opinions normally will link the facts to legal research, but now we need to go a step beyond that. We almost need to make decisions for the decision makers, and there are three aspects which are quite important, and I think lawyers also need to start grappling with these concepts, and these are around analysis of data. This is prescriptive, predictive, and descriptive. So a lot of the analysis that we have, or a lot of the opinions that we presently have now, in most cases they will be descriptive. They take the data that's in front of us and describe it and as it is, but possibly using legal terms. But now we need to move to another space of analysis, to another space where we're now almost prescribing and predicting to say, if you do this, this is what's likely to happen, and this is what is likely to be the outcome. So the challenge to lawyers is around not reinventing fully, but reinventing certain aspects of legal practice. And this is what innovation is about, and this is where the true value is going to come from.
Yes, and we're going to touch on reinventing certain aspects of legal practice, which is really important. But Tefo, you touched on a very important aspect, which is data analysis and how decision makers are now more inclined into data. And, you know, if you're going to provide opinions, it must be based on data. But we also know that one of the challenges that most organizations face is the fact that 90% of their data is unstructured, and they often have challenges when it comes to collating the data, and also when they want to find a particular data within a certain time frame or accurate data. And I'll move to Charlene and just ask you the question, what are some of the key challenges that you may have faced as a mediator when it comes to data analysis, and also particularly how can organizations overcome the challenges that they may face with unstructured data, and are there any solutions with regards to those challenges? Charlene, we can't hear you. I think your mic is on mute.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me? Good.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know if you could see one of the questions that I put, you know, as not being a practicing lawyer per se, and using alternative processes. I think, having worked with lawyers over the years, I think that they've come a long way, being able to move them from their very entrenched positions, believing that the legal processes that have been around for so long are the only ways to resolve conflict. I think that we've taken them along a road, and they're beginning to see that there are other alternatives. I think the resistance to change with regards to data and using different processes has something to do with inherent training of lawyers. As a lawyer, you're always looking at something that's fixed and written down in the law. You know, you're looking at statutes, you're looking at in the form of precedents, you're looking back all the time. And I think that's inherent in a lot of things. So innovation in the legal space is not something that comes naturally to, I think, the legal fraternity. There are a lot of challenges that they face, but I think I've met a lot of young, innovative people in the Botswana space, and I have to say, blown away by their ideas, their optimism, how we can change things, how we can move forward and do things better than we have done them. And I think it's a very exciting space to be in, because as a lot of young people are coming up, and there's also the barriers to entry in the legal space has changed a lot. You know, 20 years ago, to be a lawyer, to be a doctor was like a wow. Now there are hundreds. There are so many young aspiring lawyers and young girls and boys, or, you know, ladies and gents, that are doing amazing things, and they know they need to innovate. If they do not innovate, their practice is not going to be successful. They're just going to be another run-of-the-mill process. So it's very exciting for me. I can't speak specifically about what it is like to be within a law firm and what the challenges they face and the relationships they have with their clients. My relationships that I have with clients is very different. You know, it's all around relationships and communication and personal contact. You know, when you're doing a mediation session, you're sitting with 2 or 3 or 4 parties in a room, or you're a neutral third party evaluating the system. You have no buy-in to the outcome of the process that's happening. So it's very different. You're not representing a party. You're there as a neutral third party to facilitate dialogue between parties and take them from, you know, essentially from the entrenched positions and you know, wiggle and move them closer to where a common goal, or where we can find resolution for the problem that we face. So I guess all I can say is that it's tough for lawyers to in that space, but I do believe that there are a lot of young, innovative young people that have plans. So yeah, watching the space.
Yeah, definitely. And Tefo, I'm going to pose that question as well to you, because I think we have a lot of people who are watching and are wondering how can we overcome the challenges that we may have with unstructured data. And it's quite important that we give them solutions to this. Tefo, are you there? Njira, can you take, okay, there's Tefo. Tefo, did you get my question? Hello, Tefo. I think your mic is on mute. Okay, Njira. Hello, Njira. How can we deal with some of the challenges that organizations face with unstructured data? And I think in the legal space, we also face it. And I mean, when I talk about unstructured data, I'm looking at data that comes from email, comes from audio, and the rest. Yeah.
Yes. I think we need to focus on management. We need to be able to have a process where we can be able to comb out or be able to extract information or content that is functional, which we can derive from that unstructured data. Embracing tools that will make it easier and simpler for us to get more out of our time, because the biggest challenge we have is time to go through all of that. But if we have tools that can be able to comb through and extract what is important and what is necessary for in order to assist a client, then that should be one way of being able to deal with that.
Certainly. Tefo, you want to add to that? And Tefo, I think your mic is on mute. Okay, so we're having technical challenges with Tefo, and it's really important that as lawyers in the legal space that we embrace several tools, and you can actually find some of these tools online, or you can have a discussion with various law firms or your colleagues as well, just to find out what tools they're using. But beyond anything, it's important that we do not lose any important data in the process, and also ensure that everything is gathered, because that's one of the ways to ensure that we render services successfully to our clients. Let's move on to technical solutions that can be used in the legal space and how these technical solutions are implemented over time. And I'll start with you, Charlene.
I think, again, going back to the relationships issue, you need to find a technological partner that shares your passion and your views, most importantly. I think, again, you can only work with people and find solutions to problems where you understand what the one party, both parties need to understand what their role is in the relationship. Another very important aspect, I believe, is branding. Incorporating design and branding into the elements of your solution. I think you've said this before, that branding is so important in this day and age. Just being a lawyer and having a law firm isn't enough. You need to have a brand that stands out, what it is, and what your firm stands for is very important. You need to also ask your clients what it is they want. The user experience. You have to align your user experience to the strategy that you want and the outcome. And again, one of the most critical things is you need to learn to manage change. Change is not easy, and managing change and ensuring that every step of the way, everybody understands what they need to do in the process to make it a success.
Yes, and by everybody.
And implementation, again, implementation is key to the success of any process. So know who you're getting into bed with, know your partners, make sure that they understand what your brand stands for, what it is that you want on the other side, and align your user experience to strategy, and know how to manage change, and mostly be flexible. Always be flexible. You might have a plan that you're working on in a strategy. Halfway through, you see that strategy is not working. Be the person that's willing to take 2 steps back to take steps forward. See if this is not working, change, innovate, move. Don't be stuck in what, we've always learned that, this is the path you choose, put your head down and go. That's not the way the world works anymore. We can stop, we can change, we can innovate, we can bring in different ideas. Collaboration, one of the most important things in the modern world today. Collaborate with your staff. Businesses don't run anymore with the head person making all the decisions. If you do not have the buy-in of your staff and your team, you're not going to make it.
Yeah, certainly. And it's important to re-emphasize the fact that change is inevitable. And in the legal space, change is inevitable, and we just need to accept that. But also really important is to have a technology partner. And I think a lot of people, a lot of lawyers don't understand the importance of this, because most of them want to partner with legal minds, but not really somebody who's technologically inclined, you know. So at the end of the day, you lose out on the technology aspect of things, because you and your partner who's legally minded is just it's just cases. How can we win this case? But not thinking of branding, not thinking of using platforms to get your services out there, not thinking of how we can reinvent our services. Tefo, sorry. Let's talk about technological partnership in the legal space. What does that mean to you? And in your opinion, how can one identify the best technology partner for the legal services?
Yeah, thanks. I hope you can hear me now.
I can hear you clearly.
Great. I think possibly the start point is to have the end in mind. What are you seeking to achieve? Listen, there are all sorts of technologies out there, legal technologies, and in fact, what you'll likely get is a lot of generic technologies with legal functionality. And you know what? You need to be a bit wary of that, because you need to get what you need. So you need a purpose-built technology. So if you want legal technology, it has to be legal technology. It has to, right from its design principles, it should be designed around a legal workflow. And this is the first thing that you need to consider. What does your workflow look like? What is the purpose for which you need this technology? Is it for compliance? Is it for contracts? Is it for other repetitive legal work? So this then informs your business case, or your test case. And this is the first aspect. The second aspect then is obviously, I think as the other panelists would have said, is then to look at who can provide you with this customization. Because at this point, listen, you're unlikely to get a one-size-fits-all technology. So at this point, you're unlikely to get a lot of off-the-shelf legal tech solutions or legal tools. So you will need to customize it. So this is going to come at the cost. So the other aspect that then has to be clear, or that you have to consider, is the return on investment, because of the cost aspect. So the two initial things that you need to think about is the purpose for which you need this technology. The second is it needs to mimic your workflow, because this is the only way you're going to customize it, and this is the only way you're going to get the best use out of the technology. And then the third aspect is the return on investment. What is the return on investment, and does it justify the cost? So this is really a cost-benefit analysis, and not, I'm not even supposing that everyone becomes a corporate finance aspect, but it's a simple conversation with yourself. This is the benefit I want to derive from the system, and then you value that benefit, and then you superimpose that on the cost. Then having those considerations, then you should be able to simply identify the technology that you need, identify the partner, the ideal partner, and thirdly, look at the cost-efficient or cost-effective legal technology.
Yes, and in the second session of the summit, we will go into some of the technology tools that one can use in their legal practice Sorry. Let's move to cost implication of implementing technology. And we know technology is quite expensive. Regardless of what tools you use, it can be costly on any firm. And at the same time, we want to retain our staff. We want to ensure that our employees still have work, and their work is not replaced by technology. So we don't want a situation where we are firing our staff, retrenching because we've invested in technology. In your opinion, Injira, what is more important, human interaction or technology? And how can we ensure that, in as much as we're moving and advancing quickly into technology in the legal space, how can we ensure that technology does not replace human interaction, but rather it enforces it?
The answer to that would be both. Both are equally important. Technology works to augment the overall experience, efficiency, productivity of the organization as a whole. Technology can take over the repetitive tasks. For instance, research, analyzing, and once technology takes up this part, it frees up time for humans to use other aspects or do other things that they may be better at. One thing technology cannot replace, though, that humans have is empathy. And I mentioned earlier that we deal with real life issues and people's matters are very important to them. And technology will not take over that empathy. So either way, we will not have a situation where people lose employment, or there's a loss of employment due to technology, bringing on board technology. Instead, it will be an opportunity for us to actually train and give our staff or employees skills which they will use to work hand in hand with the technology for us to be able to have at the end the better result for a client. Also, in terms of human beings are the most creative. In as much as we are speaking of innovation or legal innovation, at the end of the day, human beings, that legal innovation or technology, the innovations part of it emanates from human beings. So they're actually the most strategic and creative. So for me, it would be both human beings working together with technology to augment the overall experience. It may come at a cost, but you have to look at it in the long run. In a situation where we have a pandemic, we should be ready at that time in terms of technology, in terms of staff as well, even being at home. We should still be able to provide legal service. Nothing should come to a standstill, as in some instances, some things have come to a standstill now. So both are equally important. Nothing replaces the other. They work together.
Yeah, certainly. Charlene, in the mediating space, can technology ever replace human interaction? Ever?
Yeah, there we are. Actually, yes, it can. Since lockdown, I've been asked to do quite a couple of mediation sessions. Not something I've ever done before on video conferencing, but it actually worked really well. I was surprised, so I'm not going to lie. I thought, that emotional contact, the being in the physical space, having both parties there, especially for the first time, there's a difference between where you've already created rapport with your clients or with the parties. It's different where you've had a few sessions and you're now on session 4 and you understand and you know each other. I've had to do both. I've had to do ones where it's session 4 or 5, no problem. But I've also had to do 2 new ones, as one of the things I said when this lockdown was coming into play. I said, we're going to see a lot of GBV cases. We're going to see a lot of relationships being tested. We're going to see, a lot of things that we don't normally see. And true to form, a lot of inquiries have come in for, spending time with my partner. Things are stressed. I want to do this. I want to do that. So I've had a few of those experiences, and they've actually worked out quite well. Yeah. So I think that's going to be a way going forward. We're going to all be having virtual businesses. Are we really going to have an office space where we can send clients memos, contracts for proofreading? We don't. I think for law firms especially, we're going to look at things very differently after COVID-19. We've been able to get away for 5, 6, 7 weeks. We've still continued to work. We've been able to edit documents using various platforms like we're using now. I think it's going to be a very exciting time. We're going to be able to be sitting in Hawaii and be talking to our legal clients, our mediating clients, being a conflict coach. I think as Africans, we're going to be stepping up a lot closer to where the rest of the world is in terms of using all these facilities and platforms that have been available. But because of, I guess, where we are, and because our culture is so always being with people, socializing, talking, communities. But this has shown us that we might have to change a little bit. Yeah. So for me, it's been a success.
Yeah, definitely. But I always believe that, yes, in as much as we need to get acquainted with technology and just welcome it, human interaction and technology go hand in hand.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's really important. But
Can
if
I
you're
just say something? I can
Yes,
see
sure.
that my dear friend Kathy Malajani from Gabs FM is listening. Kathy, thank you. I see your comments. Nice to hear that you're with us.
Thank you, Kathy, for watching. And if you're watching and you have a comment or a question, please just remember that you can insert it on the platform that you're watching, and we'll try and take as many questions as possible during the summit. Now, for those who are watching, remember to share the link. Get as many of your networks on various social media platforms to participate in the summit. Really insightful discussion that we're having here. Therefore, it's evident that we are being we are being transitioned into the fourth industrial revolution, and this is a place where technology it becomes a necessity. I want you to touch on the future of technology, what kind of skill we need to ensure that we maximize the use of technology, and also to ensure that we provide services successfully.
Yeah. Listen, I actually, so being a trained lawyer, I actually think we have a lot of the requisite skills, problem solving, creativity, innovation as well. We actually do. So the key skill though that will allow law firms and lawyers and possibly a lot of other entrepreneurs and business people survive in this next industrial revolution, and possibly the next, is data science skills. It's essentially our analytical skills. And as I said, lawyers lawyers do have these skills. I think it's just the application. A lot of data science now, what we're being called for is and looking at legal tech, we're being asked to solve problems differently. Lawyers have always been solving problems, but the essence now is we're being asked to solve problems by looking at data and analyzing that data and deriving insights from that data, and making sure that we not only align the insights to decision making, but we're also able to go beyond just describing what it is that we're seeing, and developing some predictive capabilities. So in essence, I think the data science skills are really what's going to stand what's going to put the success of one law firm or one lawyer against the failure of another. It's really where the competitive advantage is going to come from. Data science and legal tech is legal tech. We can all have legal tech, but we require the skills to get the best out of the legal tech. And in this instance, it's really data science. And that's what, and this doesn't go just for lawyers. It goes for every other profession, every other organization, every other entrepreneur, because whether we like it or not, companies, entities, individuals, we've been disrupted. We're going through a digital transformation, and it's happening right in front of us. And our expectation is what it's doing is changing our business models. It's actually also changing our clientele or our customer. And maybe just to close that off, looking at the data science skills and the importance of analysis is now not only are we providing insights for analysis, but we're also deriving insights from data that tell us where our next client is going to come from. Our clients are not going to be the traditional clients that we're accustomed to, and we've got the data that is actually able to tell us this. And this data might, strange enough, come from supermarkets. It might come from legal cases. It might. I'll give you an example. If you actually look at case law, or you look at the register at the High Court, it will indicate to you divorce cases. And in those divorce cases, you're able to identify the people behind the divorce cases. You're able to identify whether they're dependents. And if you go granular into that data, you're able to identify, to say there was a divorce X, and in divorce X there was this estate that was being managed. already that gives you an indication of the business opportunities that are there in that estate. It also gives you the business opportunities that are there coming from the dependents of that estate or the dependents that came out of that divorce. So if you go granular into data, you're able to get so much analysis right from how you need to maybe restructure your business to the point of how your next clientele is going to look like, or your next client is going to look like. And this then affords you an opportunity to start doing what's called nudges. I mean, and this is something that's big in advertising and marketing, where you're able to actually nudge people who ordinarily would not think they require legal service. You're able to, through analysis, understand the needs of those people and be able to nudge them in a very non-traditional, non-marketing, non-advertising way.
Yeah, certainly. And I have one question, because you emphasize so much on data sciences and data mining, but I want to know if you would advise lawyers to actually go and invest in employing a data scientist or somebody with the skill of data mining.
Absolutely. Listen, they need to invest in it one way or the other. I mean, and this is not really a choice at this point.
What are the other ways that they could invest in it, if not employing somebody? Could it be subcontracting the work to another company?
Yeah, absolutely. So the point I was going to get to is that investment is necessary in whatever form. So this comes from either you're buying legal tech or you're acquiring the skills yourself, but possibly at this point, it will be cheaper to outsource. There are a lot of people who are doing this work. There are a lot of softwares that allows you to do this. So and you'd never run short of data scientists. I mean, just to give you an example, a lot of people who would have studied statistics, a lot of actuaries, they're now starting to branch out of mainstream actuarial work, out of mainstream statistical work. And this is because of the opportunities that are being presented by the fourth industrial revolution. So for me, at this point, it is imperative for survival to invest in data science skills. And as you say, not necessarily by you acquiring the skills or you employing someone, but at this point, it would most likely be cheaper to outsource that skill.
Certainly. Njira, what are some of the solutions that can be used to address the following use cases, like the GDPRs, SARS, creative contract review, litigation, and disclosure for in law firms? Like, what would you advise them?
In this present day, there's so much information that's available. Articles, presentations like this one, and the desire to learn as well. Also, with respect to smart contracts, agreements between people in the form of computer code, which run on blockchain and stored on a public database and cannot be changed. So those are some of the opportunities. I just wanted to add on to what Tifo spoke about earlier on, which was data analysis software. This is also, I concur, it's imperative, because with such software would be able to allow you as an attorney to be able to know your chances of a case. How well would your case do, looking at other decided cases. And this would also, in effect, affect the pricing. If your software is able to tell you that you have a very good chance, then this could affect how you price your legal service. So currently, smart contracts, like I have earlier indicated, and law practice management softwares, data analysis software, as Tifo has also already stated.
Yeah. Charlene, you want to add to that?
Going back to the topic that was sort of flashing on the screen about what skills will be needed. I don't know if we spoke enough about that.
Okay. You can elaborate, expatiate on it more.
Well, I just think that one of the things that's going to be the most important skill is going to be negotiation and complex problem solving. I think, you know, one of the questions that was asked, what were the skills that will be needed to be successful in the future? And no matter how much data science we have, and all of that's very important. Having it is one thing, being able to interpret it properly is another completely. You know, I mean, I have a website, I have a backend, I can get monthly reports, weekly reports of how many people have been on, how many hits I've got, how far they've gone down the rabbit hole, to look at documents on my website, how many minutes they spent, all that sort of thing. But in essence, what does it mean unless you do something actively with it?
Which is true.
We are inundated every single day. I mean, how many of us get 300 emails in our inbox for all the newsletters we've signed up for? And, at the time, it seems like a great idea. So I think the importance is having it's one thing, what you do with it, like anything else, is having a skill, but how do you use it? Do you put it into practice in the way that it should be? Is there a benefit? What is the link between what you have and what you do with it? That to me is very important, because we flooded on a daily basis with information, news, radio, Facebook, Twitter, but how much of it is meaningless and how much of it is actually relevant to what we do and how we use it? It has an impact. It's all about the impact that we have on our businesses, on our clients, on where we're going. So being able to interpret that's important. Negotiation skills, being service orientated, being able to think on your feet. When you think about gymnastics, when you're jumping over the bar and you're swinging on the rings, you need to be able to flip-flop between this and think on your feet all the time. Those are skills that are necessary if we're going to all stay afloat.
Think on their feet, though. We're fast thinkers. We're always thinking on the go.
Yeah, no, we have to, and we have to continue to do that. I think it's important.
Yeah, definitely.
And managing people. One of the biggest things that always keeps coming out is managing people. You see conflict, you see hearings, you see union issues, you see this. What is it mostly? It's that people are no longer talking to each other. There's always a misconception.
Mute your mic. Thank you. Charlene, please, you may proceed.
I'm just talking, going back to the skills. People management, one of the other most important things. Without relationships within workplaces, we have nothing. So people, that's a very important skill, and it comes out through with HR officers and company strategists. People are always spending time on workshops and building relationships and going off on. And we need to remember that is the crucial part to any business relationship, personal relationship. Again, we've got to focus on that.
Just to add.
Yes, Injira.
Just to add on to that, we also need to go back. We need to teach those in schools, those in universities, not to study law the way everyone else or the previous years have studied law. Yes, we are fast thinkers, but we are almost always sometimes predictable. You have a legal issue, how do you find the solution? So I think we are set in our ways when it comes to technology. So we need to start teaching the younger ones skills in terms of technology and how it can assist them in so that when they start working or become lawyers, they can then use the skills they've learned, the technology skills they've learned from school into the workplace. So I think we also need to start from the beginning. We need to teach the young ones to embrace that, because
certainly, and perhaps it's important to have IT as a course in LLB, right?
Yes, because some of the problems we are yet to have, in future, those solutions need to start being found now in schools now. So the skills should not just start with us when we are 50. Yes, we should embrace them, we should be open to them, but we need to start from the beginning, because that is our future. So I think we need to start with the youth, give them the skills. It shouldn't always be about textbooks. It shouldn't always be the old rigid way that law is, but now it should also be a way of, retain some of the things that the legal fraternity has, but be open to thinking out of the box.
Integration. Best way to
Yes.
So I just wanted to add to what the panelists just said. So Charlene is right. Listen, legal tech or data science skills are not going to solve your problem. You need, as I said previously, you really need to have the end in sight. What problem are you trying to to solve? What purpose do you need that legal technology? Because otherwise you're going to have just the technology and it will just give you reports and statistics that don't matter. But so it's always important to have a problem that you're trying to solve. And as Njira was saying, one of the things you're starting to see is in other parts of the world is the legal degree is starting to actually change, and this is based on the landscape that is changing. You're now starting to get legal professionals called legal technologists, legal process improvement managers, and this is because the digital transformation is changing business models, and because it's changing business models, it's changing our customers and our clients. It's changing our service delivery. So as a systems thinker, the entire system is changing. You can't, as you know, with any system, you can't just alter one aspect. So when one part of the system changes, every other aspect is going to change. And for me, the thing I'm quite excited about, and as I said, having my career having moved the way it has, the one thing I'm really, really excited about is that it's going to simplify legal work, which means it will simplify communication between lawyers and our clients, and it will simplify the entire legal process. And that's what I'm most excited about. And I saw a comment earlier on from Tsepo, and Tsepo is spot on that technology, one of the key benefits, and you can't even quantify this as a return on investment, but it's a huge benefit, is that it's going to simplify the connection between lawyers and clients. It's going to simplify the language.
Yeah, and that's really important. It wouldn't be technology if it's not simplifying connection between lawyers and clients, or simplifying the services that you provide as a legal practice. Really important. I'm going to go to our audience that are watching right now, because after this first session, we will say goodbye to the first set of panelists and move to the second session. We have a question from Rian Hancock. It reads, for the whole panel. Okay, so this is a question for the whole panel. Does global legal technology make sense for the African market from a price and functionality point of view, or should we look to develop African solutions at African prices? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. I can take the first attempt at that. Listen, there's obviously an opportunity in global technology, and which might also not necessarily make it expensive. This is that the global technology, assuming it's quite advanced than where we are, what it will have gone through is all the teething problems, is all the initial capital investment in it. And then what it does then means is that subsequent versions become more affordable. Unlike if we create our own technology, creating technology is expensive from an initial capital investment. So I would say that there are two advantages. The one is that obviously these systems are tried and tested, and they've gone through several versions, and you'll possibly get the most improved version. And then the second aspect is obviously the cost aspect. And I'd like to believe that it's easy to adapt these systems. It's easy to adapt them to our context. It's easy to adapt them to our environment, which obviously in the long term it becomes a cost, which is why it's important that investment in technology, investment in legal tech is seen like any other investment. You need to have a payoff period. You need to have a return on investment. You need to have a hurdle rate to say, I'm putting so much money, and this is how long I'm expecting this technology to have paid itself back.
Yeah, certainly. But I mean, it's easy to adapt, Tefo, but I don't think we should write off developing our own African solutions to meet our needs, and also at African prices. That should really be a consideration, as much as it's easy to adapt to it. Njira, your mic is on mute. We can't hear you, Njira. Charlene, are you there?
The system, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, the system that is created has to be suitable for our region and our country. region, because most matters we have are similar to those with the countries around us, South Africa being one of the examples. And then one specifically for this country, because our jurisprudence is not yet at a level where other jurisprudences are. So it's a twofold system, one suitable for the country right now and one suitable for the region as well. So that those problems that we are yet to encounter, that other countries have already encountered, the solution will be there waiting for us. So that would be the response to that.
Yes, certainly. Jurisprudence, jurisdictional issues, precedents, and I'm sure when they're developing their legal innovation, legal technology, it will be based on precedents or what they've gone through, which we may not have gone through. So in as much as we say it's easy to adapt to what we get from the developed countries or from the global legal technology world, but we should try as much as possible to also develop our own. And I know a few companies actually that have gone into developing specific technology tools for African legal practices, and the breakdown, the reason why. I mean, the focus on different countries, different regions in Africa. So it's quite important that we do not write it off. We have another question from Charlene. Would you like to add to that?
No, I'm good. I mean, I think whatever's been mentioned is exactly my feeling, so that's fine.
Okay. Resejo Morakanyani asked, how are we leveraging tried and tested design methodologies like design thinking when we develop legal texts?
I think that's a question for you.
For who? For myself? Or Tefo? Tefo?
Sorry, Ada. You were breaking a bit there, so I missed that. Do you mind repeating that question?
Okay, how are we leveraging tried and tested design methodologies like design thinking when we develop legal texts? Retabile has just joined us. Retabile is our facilitator.
Yeah. So Ada, I'll answer that question. I think perhaps again the clarification that I also want to make is that so your previous question, I was distinguishing between a system and data. So data is unique to us and should importantly be localized. However, the data goes into the platforms. That is what I was referring to, that we can actually borrow externally. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. So going I think going to the second question, and I'm glad Retabile has just joined, because she's I know she's a design thinker as well. The essence is it's this, that if we are going to be designing systems, and according to design thinking principles, we need to identify and be clear on what the problem is that we're trying to solve, and then we need to create prototypes. And one of the and I find that maybe from an entrepreneurial perspective, one of the things that we struggle with is we want to deliver 100% foolproof systems. But at this point, what we can do is we understand what the problem is in the legal fraternity. What is the problem in the legal system? Create a prototype, get as many lawyers as possible onto that prototype, get them to play and break, and therefore you start to ideate, and you create a prototype to say, does this system work? Will it work for this environment? And you start to develop key themes around the system or the platform or the technology that you want to design. And I'd like to invite Retabile. Maybe you can add there if there's anything additional. But for me, this is how I think we need to best use design thinking locally if we want to design legal technology.
Retabile.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ada. On that note, I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise in the background. I don't think it's coming from me or...
Tefo, can I ask you to please mute your mic? Okay, you can proceed, Retabile.
Yes. On that note, with design thinking, honestly, it's all about radical collaboration, and this is where exactly I see us Africans right now. We are remote collaborating, and this is where I see us Africans and the rest of the world being able to leverage technology and being able to use legal design or design thinking to solve real life problems. So, on that note, I believe that we do not need to think of legal design or design thinking as something where we have to put things into in terms of graphics or making it like aesthetics, because with a lot of time I hear lawyers saying, so are you expecting me, if you want me to be a legal creative, do you expect me to start creating graphics or to start coding? So this is where we're saying this is human-centered design. It's an application of human-centered design into the law. So you need to be clear about your intentions of using design thinking in terms of team making. So we need people to be able to work with engineers. We need people to be able to work in diverse teams. So for you to be able to use design thinking to help you in your business to come up with legal tech solutions, you need to be able to incorporate different kind of views, different kind of people, different kind of team players. And this is exactly where we are right now. You can see even through in our panel, there are a lot of people with different with diversity, and we did a lot of inclusion. This whole conventional way of working in the legal industry where it's just lawyers doing lawyering, it is coming to an end, and we need technological people with engineering skills to be able to work within law firms, and that's why when we can be able to use legal design thinking.
Definitely. And we touched on it a bit as well when we talked about partnerships. You need to be able to partner with people who are in other spaces beyond just the legal space.
To
We
add,
have a question. Okay.
Ada,
Njira.
just to add maybe, yes, just to add on Tifo and Ritlabile, and also maybe to assist Risego, key themes would be maybe incorporating jurisdictional requirements, also the attorney's own style of writing. Each attorney, my style of writing differs from Ada's style, which differs from Tifo's style. So jurisdictional requirements, attorney's own style, formatting, and response strategies. Those are things that can be considered in developing legal technology.
Thank you for that, Njira. The next question is from Game Ciriletto. Reads, when can African countries create something like EU's GDPR to protect the people's data? I think Africa is working on it, but I don't think it's anytime soon. Tefo, are you there? We can't hear you. Okay.
You can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I'd been cut off again. I'm struggling with connection, so I missed. Was there a question there?
Yes. When can African countries create something like the EU's GDPR to protect the people's data?
Sorry, I'm not familiar with what's GDPR.
GDPR basically means General Data Protection Regulations. Okay.
Well, I think we're already stepping in that direction. One of the things that a couple of years ago, I know South Africa started to classify to protect people's personal information, and I know Botswana has followed suit. And I also know that there's some data privacy and data classification laws that we're thinking about or that have been promulgated. So the thinking is already there. I think possibly pursuant to what Retabile said earlier on about collaboration, this is possibly where it rises and falls. I mean, a lot of the countries in the African region are moving in this direction, although in different directions at different paces. But there's obviously an opportunity if we start talking about Africa rising and everything that we want to do in Africa together, we need to understand that one of the strengths of Africa is obviously its resources, it's the population, and what comes with population is data, and as you know, data is one of the most expensive and valuable commodities. So we need to start understanding that we have a rare commodity in data. And if you look at what the rest of the world is getting from us, they're getting consumers and they're getting clients, and this is because they're using data. So we need to start thinking about protection of that data. So to answer your question, we need to start on this journey yesterday. I think we're already late. We're already quite late in moving in this direction. We need to catch up, because technology now is actually now making it easier to access data. It's making it easy for the United States or any other country for that matter to access data, our data, analyze our data, get value out of it, derive value out of it, and turn us into consumers and into customers and into clientele.
Certainly. But then, I mean, it leads me to ask a lot of questions, that even if Africa was to create something similar like the EU's GDPR, would it be for all African countries, or will it be country specific? And we already know, first of all, as a African continent, we can't really unite on a lot of things. So it's going to be a bit challenging. And I think a lot of countries would have to regulate themselves in that area, as opposed to just having one GDPR that regulates all African countries. And if you notice, when you get emails, or rather towards the end of last year, the last quarter of last year, we were getting emails saying that in terms of the EU's GDPR, we had to you had to confirm that we could save your data on our system, and you had to give permission for them to retain your information, your contact details, or even use it for marketing purposes. So we got those emails. So I think a lot of African countries are mirroring what EU's GDPR looks like, but I doubt would ever have one GDPR for all African countries, that regulates all African countries.
Hey, I'm very optimistic. I agree with you to a large extent, and we just we diverge a bit at the end. I'm quite optimistic that one day and possibly one day soon, we will start to see that. I mean, if you look at the COVID-19 pandemic, I think this has shown us the strength of Africa. This has shown us the advantages of Africa. I think this has also highlighted the necessity to collaborate as a continent. So I agree with you. I hear what you're saying, but I remain forever an optimist about Africa collaboration.
And we will remain as optimistic as well. Njira, we lost her video there. Charlene, you want to add to that? We can't hear you, Charlene.
I said, no, I'm happy with all the comments in the discussion around it. I don't know enough about what do we call it, the general data protection regulations, but I'm certainly going to, get myself up to speed on that.
Okay. This is just a comment, but I think it's important to read it. And that's one of the things we are also trying to achieve through this topic. It's from Tefo Setswani says, will I be right to say that what Tefo just said, and that was a few minutes ago, in fact, about 37 minutes ago, what Tefo just said is basically simplifying legal terms to non-lawyers through tech. And that's really good for somebody to notice that, we're simplifying legal terms for non-lawyers. I think we've achieved one of our objectives, because we're not only targeting lawyers at this summit, we're also targeting non-lawyers. Okay,
Yes.
Then the next one is, let's see, any other question? It's just a comment from Karabo Selalo. I agree with the sentiments that information technology training should be incorporated in all professions. It is a reality of the times we live in, the fourth industrial revolution. Amen to that. I totally agree. And I mean, I've talked about it several times that we really need to make it compulsory for everyone in their profession to learn information technology. You know how we have English in schools now? IT needs to be one of those compulsory modules that one takes, or subjects one takes as early as secondary school. Really important. Karabo says, digital transformation is mandatory for most businesses if they want to survive COVID-19. If they want to survive, COVID-19 has revealed that, and we've touched on it a lot. I mean, if you want to continue being relevant in this era, you must embrace digital transformation. It's really important. It goes without saying. And if you don't, you fade away. It's only those who can ride with the waves that actually succeed in business during these times, because if you don't, that will be saying goodbye to your business model and your business and your services as well. Njira, you want to add to that?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Ada. Could you just repeat?
Okay, I was saying that digital transformation is mandatory. It's actually a comment from Karabo Selalo. Digital transformation is mandatory for most businesses if they want to survive. And COVID-19 has revealed that, and it's really important. I mean, it can't be overemphasized. You must. Yes.
It is a necessity. At some point, it was an option, but now it is a necessity. As an organization, in the legal fraternity, it is a necessity. This has shown us how important this act of God has shown us how important technology is at this point in time. So we don't have a choice. If you want to survive as an organization, you are going to have to adopt certain tools, technological tools, and be innovative as well. The mindset also needs to start moving away and start changing. It all starts with the mind. So I think we need to start working on that, especially in the legal fraternity, considering how rigid we are and how conservative we are, and how we are not always willing to move away from the law reports. So the time is now.
Definitely. And we're going to take the last question from Gain Cireletto, and that's the last question for this session. It reads, what is China's role in our digital future? Oh my goodness. We could write a book about that. we could write a book about China's role. Yeah. In our digital future. Tefo.
I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that more than any other person. I think I think we're quite aware of. Am I still online, Ada?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, sure. I was going to say, listen, I think it's quite evident what the role of China is in the future of our digital era. But I think most importantly, though, and I think you brought this point up earlier on, and that we need to look more to the continent. We need to look more to each other on the continent, and we've got the requisite skills. I mean, if you look at countries like Kenya, and what they've done with digital transformation, and they have even surpassed a lot of overseas companies. I mean, when you look at what they've done with mobile money, so I think the point is, it goes without saying that there's a lot that we could learn from China or any other first world, if I can call them that. But I think the point is, we need to look closer to home, because we have the evidence, we've got the examples. We see. I was just reading the other day. Gosh, it just slipped my head. But the apps that we are developing on the continent that are being used internationally. There's a guy I met in. It's called DNA. I met him in Cape Town, and he has developed a search engine that is being used by. He said he was at a point where it was going to be considered by the likes of Steven Spielberg and Oprah Winfrey. So we've got the skills, we've got the examples, and we're doing a lot of great things in Africa. And even in Botswana, I know a couple of young guys who are doing very well in the space. I think the difference is just the storytelling. We just don't tell our stories as well as the rest of the world does. So I hope I've answered the question. I sort of skimmed around it, but I think again, I did say earlier on that I'm optimistic about Africa, and every time we talk about what it is that we can get from the rest of the world, I like to look closer to home and bring the narrative closer to home.
Yes.
Yeah, certainly. Learn from the giants, but don't dwell only on what the giants do. Very important. Jira.
Would I be wrong to say they're the most technologically advanced nation? I doubt it. I recently heard that.
I don't think they are the most, but they are among the top 5.
One of them, yes. I mean, even with, I remember reading an article that for them, in terms of networks, telephone networks, I think they're on 5G. Some countries are still on 3G and 4G, if my memory serves me well. So I think we need to stop the approach of looking to see what they're doing to solve their problems, and maybe also starting to look at our problems and starting to see how we can solve our problems. And we may actually develop, like Tifo said, we may have our own Steven Spielberg's and Albert Einstein's developing technology here that may solve problems for China, instead of us always importing technology from China.
Definitely. And, like Tifo also said, it's really a narrative story. China has sold themselves so well to the world. And imagine if Africa can also sell themselves very well to the rest of the world.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not commenting on China right now.
Charlene, do you have Chinese clients?
In fact,
of interest.
I do, especially in Botswana in the construction sector. You know that with a lot of construction projects and stuff been going on, and in fact, I mean, I can't really discuss it here, but about to embark on a huge another one, which has basically been put on hold due to COVID-19 and the need for social distancing. A big construction project that was about to kick off. In fact, 2 of them in Botswana, working with one of my clients, Burrs, and all been stopped in its tracks, waiting to see when we were allowed to be in close proximity to each other. Because I mean, a building site, construction site, 3-year project, you're definitely going to be close. So it's a very interesting space. There's a lot of conversations going on around about the construction sector and COVID-19. Just yesterday, I was reading an article. The construction courts in the UK have actually, somebody had used COVID-19 as asking for a deferral of dates for a big adjudication. And the construction courts in the UK have come back and said, no, it's not a reason to delay an adjudication, because these things can be done on the papers before the adjudicator. Both parties just need to submit their documents. So got a little bit off piece there, but in fact, yes, there are clients of mine that are Chinese, especially in the construction sector in Botswana. And it's just going to be interesting. Let's see what happens. It's very exciting, I have to say. We're all in uncharted waters here. So I think we're all in the same boat for once. We're starting off from the same, start line. And it's going to be good.
Charlene, I think we were just focusing primarily on China's role in our digital future. But yes, thank you so much for giving us some information in that light. And I understand that you can't speak so much about China. And that is some of the disadvantages of being a lawyer, conflict of interest. There's certain things you can't say when you're representing a client from a certain country, or with regards to certain matters. But I am going to close off with a comment by Kathy Malejani. Says, I agree with Tefo. African has shown her strength, right now. I share your optimism about our future, and unity is the way we will rise as a continent. Indeed, unity is the way we will rise as a continent. And look, it's not as though we're not optimistic about it. We're just saying it may not happen now, but it could happen in the future, perhaps in the next generation. But yes, final remarks from our panelists before we say goodbye to you and take a 15-minute break. We'll start with you, Jira. Final remarks, and please just give us your contact details. Somebody posted a comment saying that, can we please have our panelists share their contact details with us before they go offline?
Okay, I'd just like to say thank you for hosting this panel. I've also enjoyed myself. Nice meeting Charlene and Tifo. We've also met before, and we get to meet here at a time when we're not even allowed to physically meet. So in closing, I'd like to say we need to change our mindsets. Our mindsets are the most powerful tools that we have at this point. We need to find solutions before the problem and not wait for a pandemic to hit us and then start looking for solutions then. So as a member of the legal fraternity, I would like for us to be a bit more open-minded, a bit more welcoming. We need to be willing to work with legal gurus who might or may find ways of assisting or making our jobs a little bit more easier. And also in future, creating jobs. It's an opportunity for job creation instead of you just having the usual secretary, and it may be a way of bringing other people on board. So I'd like to plead that we become more open-minded. We learn. We should have a willingness to learn. We should teach those who are still young in schools to want to know more and to think out of the box. Thinking out of the box would be the solution. I'd like to thank the panelists. My name is Njaramanda Mbewe Boate. I am found at Mbewe Legal Practice. We are available on Facebook. Mbewe Legal Practice is the page. I am also a member of the Law Society, so you can also find me there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Njira. Tefo? Okay, Charlene.
Yeah, it was lovely. It was lovely. My mic. Lovely to meet all the panelists, and I hope those that were tuned in enjoyed our session. If anybody would like to get in touch with me, we're based in Botswana. Our offices are in Gaborone. Our company is called Mediation Mechanics, made up of a group of consultants, from advocates to lawyers to very smart people, very young people, very old and experienced people. We have a little bit of everything. One of the other things I should say at this point is I think that all of us we need to look at implementing and incorporating one or more of the sustainable development goals within our profiles and what we stand for. And I mean, I'm aligned to Sustainable Development Goal 16, peace and justice and strong institutions. And I think that encompasses not just the legal thing, but it encompasses a little bit of human rights, relationships, and just, peace and justice. I think that's one of the things that we all need to work towards, whether you're a lawyer, a mediator, an adjudicator, or if you see conciliation as a way forward, or restorative justice, or anything in that line, we need to make peace. We need to learn to live with each other and improve our relationships. And then if there's anybody out there that would like to know a little bit more about arbitration and adjudication and mediation in Botswana, I'm the chairperson of the Botswana Association of Arbitrators as the appointing committee for matters, and also the treasurer. So we have a website, but BIRB, Botswana Institute of Arbitrators, and also then Mediation Mechanics, mediationmechanics.com. You can find us on Facebook, website, Twitter, all the normal stuff. That's it. Thank you very much. Nice to meet all of you. I look forward to the afternoon.
Therefore, final remarks and your contact details.
Great, thanks. Yeah, very, very brief. Listen, we're at an inflection point, and I think, to borrow from the famous words of Albert Einstein, we can't solve future problems with the same mindset that we created those problems. So the solutions that we apply now need to be different, and it's not really an option anymore. It's a matter of survival and thriving. And in terms of contact details, my business is called TM Sitlari Inc., and it focuses on enterprise development and business coaching. And if you want to look for me on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, you can search for me there for M Sitlari, and then we can start a conversation there.
Thank you, Tefo. And
Thanks.
like Tefo said, the problems are different. The solutions also need to be different. So ensure that you embrace technology in your legal practice, and also ensure that you apply the right technology to your services to provide better services. We're going to go on a break for 15 minutes for those who want to powder up and, have a meal or have coffee or whatever the case may be, change outfits, and then come back and join us again. For the second session, we're going to look at two aspects. The first one is accessing data, and secondly, we're going to look at how to use the right technology to provide better services during the second session. So please ensure that in the next 15 minutes you are connected for the live broadcast. We're going to play a promotion by one of our sponsors in 24. Do enjoy and see you very soon. Hi, Tefo, we can hear you.
Perfect.
I think everyone is now in, except for Caroline. Her device is not connecting. Caroline, please check your settings and try and log in again. Okay, do we have her back?
No,
Right.
I can't see her.
We have Alice, right? And Kahiso is here as well. Okay, perfect. Hey, Kahiso. Alice, your camera is off. Alice? Okay, we're not getting a response from Alice. Alice? Okay, I think we can start, and Caroline and Alice will just join in at a later stage. We are slightly behind schedule. So if you just connected right now, please, great. If you just connected right now, you are watching the first Botswana Annual Law and Tech Summit, and we are making history because this is the first time a summit is being held virtually in Botswana. So yay to us. We're really excited about it. You know, if we were in a building right now, I'd ask everybody to stand up and just, you know, clap for Retabile as our facilitator who put this together. So thank you so much, Retabile, for that. So in the first session, we had a 45 minutes interactive conversation. We touched on how to drive legal innovation within an organization, and we also looked at how to use technology to develop unstructured data. So those are some of the things that we focused on in the first session. And if you were not part of the first session, please ensure that you go back and watch it on all our social media platforms. It's going to be there, and try also to get a copy of it. It was quite informative. There was so much that if you own a law firm, you could take away from that. And right now we're going to go into the second session, which is primarily on accessing data and also how we can use technology to provide better legal services to our clients. And I'm joined by Kahiso Ndlovu and Tefo Botswana. Guys, how are you doing?
We are good under lockdown.
Under lockdown.
Yeah, doing fine, thank you. And how is you?
I am perfect. I am perfect. We're also supposed to have some ladies joining us. That's Alice and Caroline. Unfortunately, they are not here yet, but we hope that they can log in later on. Let's start with you, Tefo. Please tell us what you do professionally and what you've been doing outside your professional services during this period of lockdown.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon to our viewers. And I'm happy for you guys who are breaking new ground, making history here. I am the director for Media Institute of Southern Africa, Botswana chapter, based here in Gaborone. And I'm also an SMME running an outdoor advertising company.
Okay.
I've worked several organizations for the past 10 years. My last employment was with Botswana Investment and Trade Center, where I was a business analyst. I was part of the team that started Botswana Economic Zones Authority until 2017 when I joined the streets. Yeah.
Okay. And we've just been joined by Caroline. Thank you so much for being here.
Here.
Hi. Kahiso, Tefo, sorry. Tefo, tell us about your activities during this lockdown. What else do you do apart from working? Doing any gardening? Cooking?
Actually started the garden. I planted beetroot, spinach, tomatoes. They're just emerging now. That's one of the things I did. I do workouts maybe every other day, but not as consistent as I would love to. I get lazy sometimes. And just spend times cooking for my kids, try new recipes, Netflixing most of the time, sleep very late. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Perhaps we are going to see a farmer emerge out of you.
Hopefully. I hope I won't be buying vegetables from next 3 weeks going forward. I'll be getting from my garden.
We hope so too. Kahiso, tell us about yourself professionally and what you've been using to keep yourself busy during the lockdown.
Yeah, thank you so much. I work for the University of Botswana under the Faculty of Science, Computer Science Department, where I also coordinate the e-health research unit. It's mandated with fostering e-health research and capacity building here in Botswana. Of course, working with key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And then within the university, also computer science, we collaborate with our Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Health Sciences, so that we bring together our key experts into the solutions and the research that we embark on. But prior to that, I've been working for Botswana. I work for Botswana Youth and Partnership and the Health Informatics program. I manage that program, where we are primarily also, dealing with health informatics, projects, working with the Ministry of Health. Of course, the main beneficiary here is the Ministry of Health. Driving strategies for implementation of appropriate technologies for health. So in short, we're basically a strategic partner, for Ministry of Health in terms of advocacy for this type of interventions. Talk about telemedicine, talk about digital health in totality, or health informatics. Yeah, and then of course on the side, I find myself also engaging in private consultancy work, for digital health in Botswana. So my life actually, revolves around that. And during COVID-19 pandemic, or the lockdown situation that we found ourselves in, I have been working since the lockdown started, working with the Ministry of Health. I sit in a committee that supports the ministry to optimize their systems for community testing, for contact tracing, for surveillance, and making sure that the systems talk to each other. There is demographic information that is being collected, there is lab for processing, and making sure that those are tied together. So that's what we've been doing. Even after this, I'll be rushing to go and join them because there's still a lot that needs to be done. And yes, I've tried gardening also. I'm very passionate about gardening. Like the previous speaker, I have some seedlings that are coming up. So in my spare time, I keep myself, busy with that. All right, that's it from my side.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Please take my advice and become commercial farmers. We'll be your first client. And it's quite interesting that you're doing so much with the Ministry of Health, and I'm tempted to ask you where we can get free testing kits for COVID-19, as we want to test the members of our families to ensure that they don't have it. But yeah, Caroline, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a bit about yourself, what you do professionally, and also in your spare time during the lockdown?
So hi everyone. I'm so sorry I joined in later. My computer was giving me a bit of issue, but thanks for having me. Thanks for having me. So I'm Caroline Chirchir. I'm a Kenyan lawyer and arbitrator currently based in Gaborone. Just moved here a few months ago, since January. So still getting used to the weather here, the extremely hot weather. But yes, as I said, I'm a Kenyan lawyer. I'm currently here. I've worked previously both in private practice. I've also worked as legal counsel for internet solutions in East Africa. And yeah, my passion has been in, especially in areas of law and technology, and how lawyers can use technology to better provide the services that we provide. During lockdown, what have you been doing? Working out mostly and eating a lot.
Who cooks the food that you eat? Do you have a chef or you cook it yourself?
I wish, just me. Trying out new recipes and cooking and baking. I guess that's what everyone has been doing as well, yeah?
Certainly. A few days ago, I baked too, and I can confidently add to my CV that I am now a professional baker. The cake tasted nice, so yeah, I can add that as a skill to my CV, baking. All right, so let's move to the topic. Alice, welcome, and we spoke to you during the first session, so we don't need any introduction from you. Let's move into the discussion today, and let's start with accessing data. We know that accessing data, as simple as it may sound, is actually not that easy in many countries, and we know some countries are quite restrictive on the data that is released, and it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Kagiso, please touch on it. What is the current situation in Botswana with regards to accessing data, and how has it impacted the information that is disseminated for public use? Kagiso. Kagiso, we can't hear you. Your mic is on mute.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I was about to say that I lost you for a bit when you started. Do you mind just rephrasing the question again, just so I can address it fully?
Okay, so my question is centered around assessing data, and we know, as simple as it may sound, it's actually not easy to access data in some countries, and several countries are quite stringent on how they release data, on how easy it is to access data. And I want us to go into the situation in Botswana and what are the impacts data dissemination, or rather the stringent rules with regards to data dissemination in Botswana?
Okay, no, thank you so much. I think one can maybe first of all address it in this way that before we even talk about accessing data, we should talk about maybe the infrastructures that enable you to access or enable one to access data. Do we have those requisite infrastructure? And the second thing could be around the capacity to actually use such infrastructures. Do you have the end users that are capacitated enough to use this infrastructure to access the data? Then, of course, the quality assurance measures in place for data integrity and security. Those are prerequisites, and then of course, the ultimate would be now making sure that there is open access, platforms for data to be accessible by all key stakeholders, and then of course policies in place to safeguard such data. Here in Botswana, we find ourselves in a situation where we've got tons and tons of data, what they call big data. I'll keep on probably referring to the field that I'm more aware of, which is the field of digital health, or health in short, where tons and tons of data is being collected. Whether it's structured or unstructured, that's another question. But data is there. and then its access is not made public in most instances. There are very few instances where public access to data is made possible. So yeah, the current
on those instances though. What are the instances when data is made available in Botswana?
Yeah, so those could be maybe for research. And then of course there are some procedures that one has to undergo for you to be given access to that data. What we have here is boards such as IRBs that would evaluate why you need to access that data. What are you going to use it for? How is it going to benefit the custodians of that data, and for how long are you going to keep it? So you need to clearly articulate those in order for you to be allowed access. I mean, other than that, there is no how you can access that critical data that you may want to use prior to indicating the reasons why. So we find ourselves in general not having access to this data. And then what's even more worse is that in most instances in Botswana, strategic decision-making processes are very less informed by the data on the ground. So the data will just be there, but not ultimately informing decisions going forward. So that's the worst side of things. And, of course, there will be better ways of making sure that things change for the better.
Which are?
They are, of course, policies that other countries are actually or guidelines to making sure that there is open access to data. One of them is the FAIR guidelines. FAIR is an acronym, short for making sure that data is fundable, data is accessible, is interoperable, and is reusable. I mean, the first thing in using data is to find it. You need to know where to find that data. And then once you have found it, then you need to know how to access it, whether there is a need for any authentication or authorization mechanism in place to actually access that data. And then, of course, data usually needs to be shared across different sectors, different systems. So that's where interoperability comes in. So you need to there's need for such types of policies or mechanisms in place to allow for data to be shared across different sectors and systems. And then ultimately, the goal is to have that data being reusable. So that's the reuse component within that FAIR guidelines. So the FAIR guidelines are actually new. I think they started in 2016. A lot of countries are adopting such to ensure open access to data. Some I think Kenya is a good example of those countries that are actually utilizing open source platforms which make it easy to openly share data across different platforms and different stakeholders. So I think that is the direction that probably could be considered here in our case in Botswana, to invest more in getting this open source platform set up, capacitate our people enough to customize them such that they can work within our context and be able to interoperate, and most importantly subscribe to this FAIR guidelines that I mentioned earlier. We started in 2016.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Kahiso, because I want to know if the policies that are in place actually make provision that you can't put out data without the government approving it. But that's a question for you to answer later. I just want to hear what the position is in other jurisdictions. And we have Alice with us from Uganda, and Caroline, just, you've always been based in Kenya, 3 months in Botswana. So tell us what the situation is in Uganda, Alice. Alice, can you hear us? Okay, we just lost Alice. Carol? Please unmute your mic. We just want to know what the situation with regards to accessing data is in Kenya. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes,
I was saying that for me, I would speak in terms of the legal aspect of it, yeah. How the legal society kind of accesses data now. The practice with most of the lawyers has been that data is mostly in hard copy. So how you even access that data is sharing files, you know, and most of it is so it's hard copy of data, but now you can see that how data is right now, or how data is stored currently is very different. Data is stored electronically, and how you access that data has now changed. So even for lawyers, how they access that data has to change now. The view of how we view data as it is has changed as the legal profession. So in terms of how we access data now, even thinking back to how law firms work, yeah. So you look at law firms, how they would store, let's say, precedents. So you print out a precedent and have it kept somewhere in the library of a law firm. So when you're searching for something, you have to go into that library. But now you do not have to do that. We now have this online search engine where you can just go in and type in the type of case that you're looking for, and you will find it there. Also, in terms of knowledge management, for law firms, you'd find that someone has, if one associate has been working on a case and they leave the firm, how do you manage that knowledge? So how do you access the data that that person has, and having left the firm? So our way of accessing data now, I can say, is changing, but there's still more room of improvement in terms of how data itself, or how data has been viewed, is changing, and how we are storing that data. So how will we be able to access it when it's in the electronic platform?
Definitely, that's really true. I mean, in the legal space, it's slightly different, but I mean, it's changing this transformation in the way we assess data. Alice has just left again. Alice, we need to get your network on flick. Make sure that it's working. There you go. Yes. Alice, we're talking about digital transformation. We can't have this network issues on your side. You need to constantly be here.
No, I'm here. I actually don't have the whatever on my side. It's just that I have to mute it when I'm off. So when the question is to me, then I switch back on. But I've been on. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Share with us what the situation is in Kenya with regards, in Uganda with regards to data analysis, or rather not data analysis, accessing data. Accessing data.
Well, in terms of policies and all that, definitely we have what they call it, several platforms where you can access open source open spaces where you can access data anytime. And also, like the previous speaker from Kenya mentioned, that law firms for the last, I guess, maybe 10 years were slowly migrating into digital data, as opposed to the hard copies, the files and everything. Personally, like from our office, definitely it's all in the cloud. We moved to a cloud system 5 years ago, completely cloud, and all our documentations. Of course, definitely we still have that. As a lawyer, as a law firm, you still deal with a lot of physical documents or physical data. But every information we get, we definitely forward it or store it now in the cloud. And many farms have slowly migrated, which actually is quite helpful in this COVID, because you're thinking if you are running a law firm and all your data was still in the physical form, I don't know seriously how people are surviving now. But we don't have pretty much any restrictions in terms of accessing data.
Okay, so generally the public data is easily accessible.
Yeah.
In the country, right? Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Tefo.
Hello.
Tefo,
Yeah.
hi. Okay, perfect.
Hi.
Do you want to touch on it and also just touch on how stringent the policies are in terms of publication of data in Botswana? Is there a policy or regulation in place that says you can't publish information unless it has been approved by the government, or rather publish any data unless it's been approved by the government?
Thank you. The situation currently in Botswana, I'll focus on access of data from the media space.
Okay.
We currently in Botswana don't have freedom of information law. That means to access information, journalists rely on public relations officers most of the time, and sources like secret sources. There is no law that guarantees and makes it a right for journalists to access data from the government. Even though the government has put in place, like I mentioned, public relations officers, they'll send questionnaires and get answers in return. But let's look at the freedom of information law. What purpose does it serve in terms of reporting and sharing information with the public? And what kind of information is passed to the media from the government? As is a common practice, mostly government will want to guard against exposing or releasing information that is controversial or does not put them in the good light. That is where now freedom of information law is needed. I've did a bit of research on African countries that have this law in place. Up to today, there are only 13 countries in Africa that have freedom of information law in place, and that's just 24% of the 53 or 54 countries that we have. In SADC, there are only 3 countries who have that law in place. That is South Africa, Angola, and Zimbabwe. Yeah. As you can imagine how many countries we have in SADC, I think it's 13 or so. And it doesn't stop there. If this law is in place, what happens? How applicable is this law? Do these countries implement or practice this law? So take, for instance, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Angola as an example in SADC. How much do these countries, how open are they? Is it a thing of just ticking the boxes and making things look right, but in the actual fact, nothing happens to implement the law? That's a question for another day that we can look into. As much as they have these laws, is this law really working? And the other question could be, why are we still lagging behind as African countries and not coming up with this law? I mean, as democracy, as anything else develops, for instance, we can use cell phones. Cell phones, we started from those edge cell phones, 2G, whatever it was, up to 4G today that we use smartphones. They keep on developing. Every aspect of society keeps on developing. But in Africa, we see that democracy is not developing as fast as other things or as fast as it should be. The question is, why? So we've read and heard several opinions on why Africa is lagging behind in terms of their democratic development. One is to stay in power for long, to make sure that they carry on.
Your network is not so clear and you're not working.
Can you hear me? Am I audible
Yes, we
enough
can hear
now?
you now.
All right.
Yeah. We lost you where you were talking about you had done a comparison why as African countries we have not we're not developing to that extent. But start from there, please, where you're doing your comparison.
Yes, I was saying the question would be, why do African countries lag behind in terms of developing their democracy? Information today has to be one of our basic needs, because life today works on data. Life today works on information. If you don't have information as a citizen, what do you have? How do you make decisions for your life if you don't have information, if you can't access information easily to make decisions in terms of investment, career choice, or who you want to vote for, and many other things that you want to do in life? You need to have easily accessible data for you to take such decisions. For instance, in Botswana, we have National Archives Office, where we store our data as a country, and mostly it's in hard copy. And that organization does not even have a website. So you can see and imagine how difficult it.
Okay, we lost Tefo there again. Kagiso, I'll just ask you to take over and just talk about the stringent measures that are in place with regards to accessing data in Botswana, and perhaps if you can also do a comparison with other jurisdictions, like continuation from where Tefo had stopped. And just to correct something Tefo had said, we actually have 16 African countries in SADC, not 13. Yes, Kagiso.
All right. No, thank you so much. Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, it's not so easy to access data. I mean, for many reasons. I mean, one of which is to protect, the custodians of that data. In most cases, such data would be sensitive or confidential data. So there are measures in place, here in Botswana to make sure that the data is not compromised, and access is only given to those that have permission to do so. I must also point out that there is a data protection act here in Botswana, a data protection policy that has been adopted, and in order for one to access data, to use it or to view it, say, in the case of health, I keep on referring to health, then they need to make sure that how they are going to access it, how they are going to store it, and how they are going to even use it aligns very well, with the data protection policy. That is, so the policy addresses, a lot of things, the security measures that are going to have in place to make sure that the data is not compromised, how you are going to store it in a way that where you store it is not easily accessible, for how long you are going to keep it, who has access to that particular data, and for how long are you going to retain it, and when are you going to sort of get rid of it in your repository. So those are some of the measures that are clearly articulated in our Data Protection Act as a way of ensuring that data is protected and is only made accessible to those that are that are supposed to access it.
Okay, that's quite unique and different. Do you think that Botswana will move beyond that? There will be some progression, growth, transformation in that area?
Yeah, no, definitely. We are moving away, towards, open access to data and making data freely accessible. But then, of course, making sure that it's not compromised, anyhow, ensuring all those measures, but making sure that the accessibility component is is actually improved. We have strong leadership buy-in. That's one of our strengths here in Botswana, towards, moving into a knowledge-based or knowledge-led economy where data, is key. So that's one of the opportunities or the strengths that we have here in Botswana. In addition to, having, robust infrastructures to make sure that, data is actually accessed across multiple platforms. We've got a very robust mobile telecoms infrastructure in Botswana with vast coverage. Most every area here in Botswana has got at least 2G type of connectivity. And then, Botswana also are very comfortable with using smartphones. So a lot of them, here owns, at least an entry phone, and then of course, that's an opportunity to make sure that data, is accessed across various platforms that it can reach the vast majority. We've got a wide fiber network coverage here in Botswana. State of the art equipment in different government departments, parastatals, and the private sector. And then we've got a good legislative environment, like I mentioned earlier, with the data protection law and cloud service policy, for big data. Just that some of these things are still emerging, but definitely we will see a big transformation, as Botswana moves towards a knowledge-led or knowledge-based economy.
Okay. One of the things that we discussed in the first session was legal innovation, and we talked about technology that can be used. We touched on using technology within your organization to ensure that you progress in this era that we're in, and then secondly, also you provide services better. But I'd like to know from each and every one of you, what kind of optimization mechanisms do you have in place in your different organizations? And optimization, I mean like machinery or technology that you use, which helps you to allow process to take place instead of human input or work. So I just want you to touch on that. And then even if you don't use it in your organization, could you recommend some for legal practitioners that are watching us right now?
I can go first, right? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I got cut earlier. What is currently happening in terms of media houses in Botswana? They have embraced technology, and all media houses in Botswana have a social media page, mostly Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Yesterday, one of my friends was asking me how big are these media houses in terms of social media space, and the largest media house with largest following has around 700,000 followers on Facebook. And I think it also happened that during this lockdown, the printing was somehow stopped or reduced drastically, and it has been going on for the past few years. That now newspapers, physical newspaper sales have gone down, and are moving towards digital platforms in terms of their Facebook and YouTube and the rest. We've seen media houses now being able to broadcast live during events or report live during events, making it at real time. So I'll say media houses have really embraced technology. Like my colleague just mentioned, that Botswana has a strong infrastructure in terms of fiber network. So everywhere in the country, at least they could be able to access and stream live. And media houses are actually investing more now in terms of digital space, and they'll have more numeral reporters around with devices that will be able to give them access to streaming live and communicating wherever they are. And
are there any particular softwares that you actually use, Tefo, in your organization?
I wouldn't say there is any particular special one in terms of what we use in the office at MIS on a daily basis, because we're such a small organization, just an advocacy small organization, an NGO, and most of our focus is on media houses. We work with different media houses to see how they're embracing these new changes, and most of them have softwares like Zoom. And mostly rely on the usual like Facebook, like I mentioned earlier. We're currently during the lockdown seeing number of media houses conducting interviews like what you're doing now, where they will have different panels and discuss different issues, especially on COVID-19 remotely. So I think they'll be able to take that forward going forward, to rely more on remote reporting than physical reporting as it has been. Like I mentioned earlier, the sales have been had. The sales have been had, and advertising also has been reduced in terms of print because life has changed. People are on the go. Nobody has time to sit down and read a newspaper. They read news on their mobile phones. So advertising on print has gone down. Sales have gone down. So now they have to move to the online space where they need to now start getting revenue from advertising and other aspects. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Carol? Caroline?
Well, yeah, for the technologies that I've personally used before, and I've found that many law firms back home use, one of them is a client management software called Wakili CMS. Wakili is Swahili for advocate or lawyer. And what this platform does is that you can manage all your clients there, all your casework. You have a place that you can always bring up matters that need your attention. You can set client meetings. You can have notes of what happened during hearings. And that was a very innovative and very efficient way of managing your client services, instead of having notes in a file somewhere. And everyone in the firm could be able to track the progress of a case. Another very essential technology that we've been able to use back home for a while now is the Kenya Law Reports, which is a space where you can go and search cases, Kenyan cases. So you would go there and find all manner of precedents that you would like to use. And with this, you can just go on the website and key in the keywords that you'd like to search. For example, if you're searching for a divorce case, you key in the specific words that you're searching for, and it will be able to narrow down for you the cases that you'll be able to look at. And we found this very helpful. Instead of, you see, as I said before, for law firms, you'd have precedents stuck up somewhere in a library. So instead of going back to that library, you would easily search on a computer what you're looking for. And this was a very efficient way of also just managing your time as well as getting what you want efficiently. What I've also come to know of is that there is need for lawyers. I don't know whether there is a software out there, but I know that there is need for lawyers to develop a knowledge management. Maybe not specifically lawyers, but if there are IT people out there, they can develop this for us, a knowledge management software in which lawyers can be able to manage the knowledge that they have within an organization. As we've talked about it before, with organizations, with law firms specifically, you'll find that one person or two associates or three associates are working on a specific matter at a specific time. So if down the road, some other associate is working on a somehow similar matter, it would be difficult for them to know what cases those other associates used or what data is available for them to use. and that data is already within the farm. So if we can develop a software where all this knowledge that is available within an organization can be shared, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, definitely. I do know an organization that's doing something similar, but not the way you explained it. So, I mean, that is something for a lot of the IT, particularly the developers that are watching us today, to take into consideration. There's money there. You can sell it to several law firms, anything to make their lives easier. We welcome it. Alice, you are a partner at Katende Sesembwa and Co. in Uganda. What automation do you have in place? Automation mechanisms do you have in place, or do you use at your organization?
Well,
Alice?
like I mentioned earlier, we started the data migration a couple of years. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. As I mentioned earlier, we started data migration a couple of years earlier, and but you see, the law firm I work for is one of the oldest firms and one of the largest, but that doesn't mean that all law firms in Uganda had already gone through or adopted digital transfer migration. So for us, we've tried. We've used different document management systems. One of them, I think we started out with Nate Documents. Right now, we're working on something where we are getting a blockchain platform management system tailored for us as a law firm to use. But everything, what's his name? Her name, the lady from Kenya has been talking about, pretty much we use it, and maybe Carol. And then the other one is using some artificial intelligence systems to help us with doing research, especially with really due diligences where we have to deal with a lot of data. There are a couple of systems on the market. We use specifically Diligent. It's they're based in Canada. Rather, there are some systems I can recommend. There's Diligent. There's also Luminous. These are global systems, but locally, you can definitely get something that can be tailor-made for you at your farm at a very, very low cost. I wanted to also talk about earlier about your question about access to data.
Yeah.
Like I said, we don't have any restrictions. In fact, we have a law that allows us to access data, access to information, pretty much anytime. You can ask the government of Uganda to give you whatever information you want from any public source. The most important thing we actually have is the data protection, our data protection regulations and policy. This was passed last year in February, early February, but even before that, there were different frameworks that were enabled us to work within that particular framework in order to protect people's data. Those are usually that's usually the key regulation now that is driving this whole industry in terms of, and it has several provisions lined out for data management, from how to store data, there are obligations for data processors, the people who, of course, obtain that data from us. Then there are obligations for the people who store it. And then, of course, us as the data subject, someone who the data has been collected from. And our laws are actually also quite stringent that in case of a data breach of sorts, you have to pay a certain penalty of 2%, which 2% of your annual gross income. So many people have objected to it because different businessmen feel that it's quite high. But our laws were benchmarked on the GDPR earlier on in the last session. This is something that I think was touched on a little bit. And what I know is that the GDPR is actually much higher, because for it, its penalty is 4% as opposed to us. And actually, someone also mentioned that, can we have a GDPR, something similar to GDPR in Africa? The African Union has a cybersecurity framework where it actually provides the regulations in there that provide for data protection. And I don't know if Botswana should be. I don't think you've actually signed that you've signed the framework, the convention, and also ratified it. There are very few countries, like 9 or 10, that have ratified it. So it's not that actually on the African continent that we lack regulation. No, we don't. It's not that we.
He's here again. Okay. Okay, that's we've lost Alice again. Hi, Alice. Okay, she's back. Okay, so I'll move on to Tefo. Tefo, we already touched on how to make use of legal technology a bit, but I want us to go deeper, go into detail more on it, and talk about how we can make use of more advanced legal technology, or perhaps even for those that don't have advanced knowledge on technology, just the basic use of legal technology. Can I please ask you guys to mute your mic if I'm not posing the question to you? It's just directed at Tefo. And then secondly, also, how can we ensure that we make use of it to provide better services to our clients? And in the process of providing those services, what are the challenges that we're likely to face with using legal technology to provide services? And I know your response will probably be with regards to media, but yes, we love different perspectives on the issue.
Yeah, thank you. I was about to say that I'm not a lawyer, so I will always be skewed towards the media fraternity. If I get your question very clearly, do you mind repeating it again? I think I lost some thought there, please.
Okay, so basically, what are some of the ways in which legal technology can be used to provide better services? And then secondly, what are the challenges that we'll face in the process? So when obviously you're not a lawyer, but talk about technology in the media space to provide better services and challenges that you're likely to face in the process of using technology in the media space. And for those who are watching us right now, remember that you can ask questions, just put them at the comment section on whatever platform you are connecting from, and we're going to endeavor to take as many questions as possible. Please also share the link so that all your networks can connect on all your social media platforms. Tefo, you can proceed.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it's a defining moment for the media fraternity. It's a paradigm shift. We're going through a paradigm shift of fourth industrial revolution or technology advancement, and it is high time they catch up the train, because the old and traditional media, where we rely on print, is now dying. So technology presents a huge opportunity for them to cover bigger space in terms of footprints, because print was limited to a section. Maybe you print 10,000 copies, that means you're limited to such number and within Botswana. So with technology advancement, now you're able to target and cover the whole world. You can even sell your brand better and be dominant across Africa, across the world. If you're doing a great job, you start getting recognition from all over the world. And it then presents another opportunity for cash revenue. It does not limit your advertising to only businesses doing operations in Botswana. You can actually attract advertising based on your follow-up, your followership. from Dubai, from USA, across the world, because if they see the statistics are there, I mean, with social media, you can even see yourself as an advertiser or as a user, that these people have maybe 4-5 million followers. 10% of those people are in the USA, some are in China, some in Australia. So you can target, as an advertiser, you can target your advertising towards what you want, and in terms of locations. There's so many technicalities around how you do it, but you can target certain group in Brazil using the voice here in Botswana because it has penetration in that market. So it comes as a challenge at the same time as an opportunity for our media houses to grow big and compete in the wider space. So that's one of the opportunities that are presented by by technological advancement. And at the same time, we still have challenges, though, within the same space. How much is data? How much does data cost in Botswana? Average of, I think, is 1 pula per megabyte, somewhere there. It's quite high compared to other countries. So as much as we have these opportunities,
which countries are you referring to? It's quite high in South Africa too, for us.
Yeah. Yes, I think in Africa data is quite high than anywhere else. I'm not sure of other developing countries in the world, but I think in Africa data is quite high, and I'm sure.
I think it's primarily cheaper in the first world countries.
Yes, and I think Kenya is quite cheap. I've been to Nairobi before, and I was shocked at how the rates were low. I think they're in the
Carol, can you
right
confirm
track.
that?
Yes.
Yes.
In comparison to Botswana, data is cheaper in Kenya.
In comparison to Botswana, data is cheaper in Kenya, and in Tanzania as well.
Can we all just use Kenyan networks then? I mean, we should be allowed to do that. What about in Uganda, Alice?
Well, it used to be quite cheap, but now we have a tax on it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Tefo, you may proceed, please.
Yes, I say, see, this opportunity now comes with this challenge of price and accessibility of data, how easily it is. In Botswana, I mean, the statistics shows that there are 3 million registered cell phones out of 2 million people. So it's basically 1.5 phone per person, which is a plus. But how easily are we able to access data to read and get information? That's another question. But at the same time, the government has put in place certain measures to mitigate this challenge. We have the Bofinet, that is, we have the fiber connectivity network has been increasing in Botswana. In some areas, I think we should be able to see changes in terms of speed, but in terms of price, it hasn't really trickled down to us end users. So hopefully, in the near future, we will have better pricing. There's an organization set up by the government back in the day called BOCRA. It's a regulator for mobile and internet providers. They're actually working hand in hand with ISPs and mobile operators to look at the price and take them down. So in a year's time, I believe our prices, we should realize maybe 25 to 30% decrease in terms of data cost. Will then be able to penetrate. I mean, what I've realized during this pandemic, schools are now sending material and doing virtual classes. Offices are virtually. I haven't met my team, but we've been talking every day. So it presents another opportunity for businesses to have less costs. I mean, going forward, I believe that property market is going to be affected. More companies are going to have more people in the offices. Only a few will be able to sit in the office every day, but most people will start working from home. Then presents a challenge to the property developers. Yeah. And also for us as entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs out there, it will also present an opportunity to negotiate prices and all the like. in a nutshell, technology presents a better way of living, an easier way of living, where we are able to conduct this seminar from different countries at very little cost, compared to when you could have flown here to Gaborone and booked a hotel and spent so much money. So either way, some benefit, some will also feel the pinch in terms of, like I mentioned, property developers, hotels will start feeling the pinch because more conferences will now start being conducted virtually. So that's where we are. And then there's another challenge, and it's a threat to the media fraternity in terms of fake news or unregulated publishers. You know, with access of to social media now, people are just publishing and coming up with their online publications, and some of them have certain agendas or agendas against or for certain people, which poses a threat now in terms of freedom of expression, also poses threat to civil unrest. As some will be publishing propaganda or lies about somebody, which the government is trying to grapple around it, even though there are laws in place to deal with that. There's a Cybercrime Act in place in Botswana, which is mandated to deal with such. But the damage could have been done, could still be done. There's still a threat. How do then media houses differentiate themselves from fly-by-night online publishers? We always maintain is that your credibility will sell you, will differentiate you from anybody publishing. So whatever as a media house that you publish, make sure that is authentic, it's cross-checked, it's actually factual. That's how you can differentiate yourself, because there's no law that prohibits anybody from setting up an online publication or a Facebook page that you can use to pass information or report on anything. So there's no law against that. So it's up to media house. And we've seen now, I think it's a new thing that has also developed in the last few years. I've seen it in South Africa, where popular people or celebrities are becoming stronger as individuals than organizations. So media houses now are not only competing among themselves, they're also competing amongst popular people with much bigger followings, and that's where advertising goes to. And as you know, media houses, the only way they make money now is through advertising, because paper sales are normal, and in the near future we may not even have to print at all. You understand? So it's just up to media houses to make sure that they have processes and systems in place to make them more formidable, more competitive, and more authentic and believable in the eyes of the public, to continue the dominance. Otherwise, individuals are coming to the space and taking over. We can't stop it. It's also an opportunity for somebody else.
I'll come back to you. So I want you to touch on the impact of technology in your sector, being partly the health sector, and also touch on how we can make better use of it, and what are some of the challenges or implication or risk where technology is concerned in the health sector, and finally provide a solution to it or recommendation of a solution to it.
Yeah, so the impact of technology in health, would be really huge. Let's look at this scenario of COVID-19 pandemic, which we find ourselves in today. I mean, access to data in real time, during this pandemic is very, very important. Data has to arrive to the right people so they can make decisions instantly, and channel resources, where they are mostly needed. Then, of course, there's a component of also resulting, so that we get, results in a timely manner, so that proper interventions are actually instituted. So technology is very, very important. I think here in Botswana, post-COVID, I think we'll be somewhere, because it came as a wake-up call to say, hey, please wake up and make sure that data is what you value. Data should be our new diamond now. We should priding ourselves now in having systems that rely on data, not only data but quality data. We should ensure that this data is collected, in a way that its integrity is not compromised. It is shared across systems. I mentioned interoperability earlier, so it's very, very important to avoid silo systems, duplicate systems that don't serve any purpose. I mean, we are a small population here. One system can get, all electronic, health records, for everyone in Botswana here without, having to have, duplicate systems that actually does that. So the effects of technology are really huge. The benefits could really, save lives and, cut costs. There is need also, to ensure that, security is always, at the forefront. I always advocate for open source technologies, that allows, even synergies for data management across key stakeholders, versus having, commercial or closed systems that, sort of limit you in a way. So I think there's a time here in Botswana where we are sort of moving away from, closely tied systems that actually, inhibit data sharing, to open, platforms that, allows us to, interchange data and collaborate easily as key stakeholders. The Ministry of Health alone cannot, with their systems, cannot handle, the burden of diseases, including COVID and many others that, we find ourselves in. So, and then of course, there's also a need for legal capacity. I mean, in the field of health, there is need for legal capacity, contract management, to protect, interests of both providers and purchasers. So we find ourselves, lacking that capacity, particularly in data health, solutions. So I think that's an area that we are, a little bit, lagging behind on, and then of course there could be some improvements on that. My colleague touched on cybercrime. I think we, that is one of the threats here in Botswana. So we need to ensure that, there are some measures in place to actually minimize that, and most importantly, ensure that our systems here are compliant to local and international standards. There was mention of GDPR earlier, and for health specifically, I think there is also the HIPAA standard, which speaks to health, data privacy, confidentiality issues. This was developed back in 1996. So it's important to have systems that conform to such, privacy, secure data privacy and security standards. Versus just adopting, systems as a matter of, reacting to the current situation. So there's need for that, and then the last and important thing I think is for organizations and even countries to have a data transformation strategy. There is need for that, to guide next steps or to inform next steps, versus doing things haphazard and not knowing where we are going, and in the end we end up duplicating efforts. If one stakeholder is doing something, or in the private sector they are doing something, why can't we just leverage on that and make sure that we enhance productivity across? So yeah, so those are my thoughts regarding your question.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have a question for, I have to get back to Alice actually before the question, but there's a comment here, and Alice, is related to your comment with the EU's GDPRs. And I'm going to read the comment, and I'll just like you to finish up what you were saying to us before we were interrupted by your son, right? Okay, so it's from Resejo saying that the West has adopted a concept called open data, which basically argues that there are some data which will need to be made publicly available. Then he or she goes on to say, in Ireland, government has dedicated departments that deal with open data, integrity, security, privacy, etc. As at now, all government departments and parastatals are obliged to adhere to this open data policy. And before we interrupted, you were touching on the AU and the convention that they have in place. Please just elaborate further and then just respond to Riseho's comments.
Well, whatever the Irish government has done, this is, like I've told you, something that African Union is trying to do, is to make sure that, first of all, people's data is safe, but also people have the right to, well, first, they have the right to access data, but two, that data is stored safely. That is, if data that has been collected, and three, that the data that is pretty much on the continent that is accessed, through private means or public means, it's also very secure. So the regulation, the framework I was talking about, is very detailed, and it takes care of so many issues to do with like I said, cybersecurity, data protection, and privacy. But unfortunately, very few governments on the African continent have ratified this framework. As I speak now, there are like about 27 countries that have a data protection act or law. But even then, when you look at most of those countries that have the laws, they still lack enforcement. So the issue is actually not that we are lacking the laws. In my country, we are one of those countries that are known for having the best laws, but on the shelf.
Yeah.
So
I think it's the same with a lot of African countries as well. Enforcement has always been an issue. I mean, take an example, South Africa, we have some of the best regulations and legislations in place, but enforcement has always been problematic.
Yeah, so, and why is it a problem? Why is enforcement a problem? One, we generally lack we don't have a culture of compliance. So yes, we have very good laws, but we lack the culture of complying to those laws. But while those laws are still there, we always ask for more. So most of these platforms where I am, like I told you, I'm a data protection also specialist. Most citizens are complaining that, oh, we don't have the right laws, we don't have the right laws. But then when you pull out the laws, we have all these laws that govern the internet. We have an Electronic Signatures Act, we have the Access to Information Act, we have the Use of the Internet Act, we have the Data Protection Act, we have cybersecurity policies, and then they don't want now to address that. They always want, we need specific laws for this, this, and that. But even the laws that are available, people just don't want to comply. They don't want to. One of the things we have realized is that most people don't understand first of all, the risk that comes with data or use of the internet and accessing this data. Some people don't really understand and don't appreciate it. So definitely we need to create more awareness. Some people don't understand or appreciate what privacy is. Like, for example, very few people on the continent will even be bothered if their government collects information from them and it's somehow misused. If you go to the market and told a market woman that, do you know what your government is using that data it's collecting, like during this COVID period? They won't be bothered. That's not really a bother for them. So some of these actually platforms, the question is it that in Africa we define privacy differently? Are these laws just a copy and paste? And we actually need to define what privacy means in our culture, on our continent. There are so many discussions around it, but what I know for certain is that we're not lacking the laws. We already have what Ireland is doing. We already have what the EU, pretty much the equivalent of what the GDPR is. But it's all about enforcement. Yeah, there's lack of enforcement.
I'm going back to you on the impact of technology in the cyberspace. But before that, Carol, do you want to add to that and also talk about some of the solutions that could be provided to ensure that we maximize the use of technology in the legal space? I mean, you've given us one that one could build a knowledge-based technical tool, you know, for law firms to be able to manage the knowledge within the organization, just generally any organization to manage the knowledge in the organization. What other tools do you think could be developed to ensure that we maximize technology in this space, and also moving forward to the fourth industrial revolution, and to provide better services and yeah, going forward for legal firms and generally?
Yeah, as I mentioned to you before, I've worked on both sections of the divide, if I would say. I've worked both in a law firm setting and also as legal counsel in an organization. And one of the things that you would realize is that there is a huge difference between how law firms conduct their business and how big organizations conduct their business. And a study was done on how lawyers are even able to use the most basic of technologies, let's say Microsoft Word and Excel and PowerPoint, and it would take a lawyer much more time to type up a document on Word than it would take another person in in an organization. And
I'm laughing
with
because
this,
I'm a victim of that. Yes.
and with this, if you're looking at it from the client's perspective, I would like my lawyer to be more versatile and be more conversant of technologies, so that if I'm being billed by the hour, I can ensure that my lawyer uses his or her time more efficiently, and therefore what I'm paying for is appropriate, or what I'm paying for is sort of what I should pay for this service. So with even the solutions or the technologies that lawyers can use, the legal tech that can be used to adapt and provide better services to the client, even just the basic ones, even Word and PowerPoint and Excel, even bringing up notes on Outlook and setting meetings. You see, these are the most basic technologies that lawyers haven't taken into account of, or because most of the law firm settings is you have the secretary, and that's the person who does most of the typing. So you have the pupils, we call them pupils, legal trainees, who would do most of the typing. Yes, who would do most of the typings and would do most of the legal research. But the lawyer himself wouldn't do all that, meaning that the technology that they are exposed to themselves is very limited in that aspect.
Yeah.
So, and another thing that lawyers should take into account in providing better services is, I had said earlier, knowledge management systems, applying knowledge management systems. And you see, one of the implementation challenges that we've been facing, I believe this was talked about earlier in the earlier conversation with the panel, one of the panelists mentioned it, is that there have been a lot of pushback. I don't know why, but I think the idea that was put forth earlier is worth thinking about, that lawyers, the way that we've been taught to think is that things are supposed to be in a certain way, and we're very rigid to change, which is very true, because lawyers haven't adopted these technologies that are out there for them to use. And that in turn brings about a challenge in terms of implementation. So how are you going to convince someone who's been taught to think a certain way that, oh, you can work easy, you can work more efficiently and manage your work easier if you use this technological tool? Another implementation challenge is, I would say, is what we think would be the security challenges that we're facing. As I think it was Alice who mentioned that the privacy of our data out there is put into question. But then again, there are so many softwares and there are so many technologies available to safeguard not just your data out there, not just the technologies that are available, but there are also laws that are there to safeguard your data. So I think also it should just be about positivity and forward thinking, that lawyers shouldn't just think that they're being replaced by computers. And I think just move forward in terms of accepting technology as it is. And if there are loopholes in this technology, then working together with those in this sector to ensure that these loopholes are catered for, or if there are security challenges, that these are addressed as well.
Thank you for that. You know, you've highlighted a few interesting points, but I want to touch on something so simple as Microsoft Word and tracking changes. Now, for the guys like Kagiso, who's a tech guy, you know, who's more into digital transformation, obviously, this is something he probably knew while he was young, you know. But for us, I had a conversation with a lot of my colleagues in the legal space, and we're like, we only found out about track changes when after 5 or 6 years of working, you know. Imagine how that could have saved our lives if we were taught track changes in varsity. And I'm sure Microsoft Word already had that function, but nobody really taught us. So we only find out later on in life, and we're like, oh my goodness, but we've wasted so much time doing the work manually without even employing the use of track changes. But yes, it's something a lot of lawyers go through. There's need for more training. There's need for lawyers to be open-minded about accepting technology, and not just only lawyers, but every professional in the legal space.
Yeah.
So there is, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, you are very right. There is need for continuous sensitization and training, and you know, whatever. Yeah, because technology evolves, and it evolves very rapidly. So we need to keep up, and you know, the only way you can keep up is through, you know, informing yourself or getting trained, or you know, accessing you know, the most up to date you know, resources or technology developments. Yeah, so you are very right that you know, that aspect is you know, a challenge in most countries, and you know, different sectors as well.
Definitely. Kaiso, there's a comment here from Kalabo Selalo Olo. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And it says, it reads, efforts have been made in Botswana to adopt open data by the University of Botswana, government and private sector. I think the process is slow, but it's a direction they intend on going. And I think this comment is related to what you had said earlier, and also
yeah, no, that's very true. I mean, as here at the University of Botswana, we are transitioning to using open source platforms. You know, the university has realized that you know, we could make huge savings, and also you know, achieve a lot, you know, with open source versus using, you know, closed source or commercial solutions. So we've already started. Even government, the Ministry of Health is also transitioning to that direction, because we have seen that this type of technologies that have worked, you know, in other countries like Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, they're doing very well with open source. Even others in Europe, you know, they're using the solutions. I remember in 2016, tried an open source tool for research data management here in the university. Currently, we are hosting, you know, over 30,000 you know, raw data in terms of records, you know. You know, on that platform, and the university has not even spent a single tebe on that. So, and then of course the solution, you know, it's you know, it's actually efficient. It's supporting our research activity. You can even collect data using the platform even when there's no internet, and load, you know, sync the data, you know, later on once you regain connectivity. Yeah. So I think one of the issues, you know, that he spoke about was, you know, like the slowness to actually warm up to this type of interventions. There's been a lot of myths around open source platforms. versus commercial source, and also a quick reliance on having someone being accountable of your system versus having capacity or local capacity to actually drive the systems that your organization support. So that is slowly changing. People are beginning to see that oh, these things work. Like, for example, in the university we used to offer resources to our students in a platform that has for the longest time been commercial. So now the decision has been made now to shift now to an open source platform model, which does similar to what that commercial platform was doing and even more. So those type of needs are changing even across government. People are seeing, oh, so we can actually benefit on this end. Moreover, the issue of data ownership. Some of these things, when you open up your data or you rely much on commercial platforms, you sort of open a window, for your data to be stored elsewhere, on these commercial platforms. So the issue of data ownership, gets a little bit compromised. Capacity building, you can have, a team of people here who would be experts in that solution. They can tweak it, add modules, link it with others. In a way, you're also creating an ecosystem, developers, of software developers, of data managers, in a sense, also creating employment, for your own people versus always importing solutions that are already made and, coming with very strict, measures in place to customize them going forward.
Certainly. Tefo, there's a comment for you. It says, Tefo, okay, so I'll start with the social media comments because the one you made a statement about influencers and how people are actually using influencers more than they're using media companies for ads. And Refilo says, very true, and influencers or public figures are racking more money than some media houses due to the large following. So just agreeing with you. Raseho then addresses some of the issues that you mentioned regarding access to information online. Says, Tefo, it's also about keeping the world informed about Botswana. I'm a Botswana student based in Ireland at the moment. I often struggle to access information on Botswana from this end. This is time to reinvent. And that is so true. But I mean, one thing you made clear is that it's not illegal for somebody to publish information online. Just make sure that the information is legit. It's not fake. It's not a fabrication. Otherwise, then that becomes a problem.
An offense.
Yeah, and an offense. It's actually illegal to do that. So, but I think for Raseho, it's really important to direct him to platforms where he can get information while in Ireland. And he's not specific, he or she is not specific about the kind of information they're actually looking for, because information is quite broad. And I think various platforms, information on each platform would differ. So it's good for him or her to specify what platform, what kind of information they're looking for. But yes, Tefo, please address his comments.
Yeah, no, Raseho is right that social media has presented an opportunity to sell our country for instance. I mean, as a country, I think there's a trend in third world or African countries to have a huge budget to try to market themselves to the world in terms of tourism and in FDI. So we spend so much money on traveling the world or placing our adverts on BBC or CNN, but then the question is, why do we need to do that now? Because it's also our fault as African government that we need to spend so much to get to be known. People don't know us because we're not on TV. We're not anywhere else. We've closed our media in such point that we now have to create a huge budget to go and market and sell ourselves. When the likes of China, Korea, USA, they're selling their countries through production. We watch movies from the USA. We know more about USA more than we know about ourselves. I mean, I'm here in Botswana. I know less about Zambia than I know about USA. But Zambia is just a drive away compared to US. So it's also our
We
fault.
touched on it actually in our first session. It's about narrative. It's about telling a story, and these countries have done well in telling stories about their nations. And I think African countries are still lacking in that area.
We are. For instance, if you look at into geographic channel, there will be a lot about stories about Africa, how the Maasais in Kenya live, and they are produced by white people from the US or from the UK. Why can that be produced by a local who knows the culture better than these guys? And most of the time, we're misrepresented. So it goes back to our issue that we need to have freedom of information law. Some of these productions cannot take place because the public or the producers don't have access to that information. It's not coming out easily, and hence it's given to guys from abroad. And most of the time, even if they don't get it, they start fabricating stories about how the Baswa live in Botswana. And when as a Botswana you watch it, it's totally different from what you know. Like I said, we get misrepresented. We are losing a lot of jobs by not adapting technology. We are losing a lot of jobs, especially from the young generation. I mean, today's generation, they're taking a service. I mean, they can do a lot of things, especially in the arts and production and development, you know, software engineering. They have the skills. The problem is that we don't give them the platform. Where can they get content? Content comes from providing information to them to produce documentaries about how Botswana got their independence in 1966, who were the pioneers of our independence and all. We don't have those stories on TV. We could be using those stories to sell our story, to sell our countries to the world, instead of spending millions of dollars on placing adverts on CNN and BBC and Al Jazeera, which we don't need to. We just need to feed the world information about ourselves, productions about our countries. Then they will know, without us spending money, we'll get paid to produce those things. And we get more people coming to Botswana or coming to Africa to see who we really are. The world does not know Africa. They just know us as one big country. They don't know that we are 53 countries. But we know the number of states and then the USA. We know Britain more than we know our countries here in Africa, because we don't get our content out there. We are so secretive as African countries.
Yes, certainly, and it's really true. The narrative is so important. The story we tell the rest of the world about African countries is very important, and I think our governments just need to invest more in telling a better story about our countries. Moving on to cyber security and technology, we can talk about the advantages of technology. We can talk about the fourth industrial revolution, but one thing is still primary: cybersecurity is really important. And if we don't get it right with cybersecurity, we may be compromised while using technology in providing legal services. Alice, what are the measures that can be taken to ensure that we don't compromise ourselves in the process of using technology to render services? I also talk about the cybersecurity measures that are in place, whether it is in the continent or globally. We can't hear you. Your mic is off.
Oh, I didn't. Is it unmuted?
No, it's fine. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think the backstage mutes all of us. So, okay. Yeah, what can we do? I think generally this information would benefit everyone, like all businesses, public institutions, private institutions, on actually what they can do. Because if you considering what we are going through right now, the COVID epidemic, it has forced many organizations to embrace widespread remote work for their workforce. And also these sudden changes have led to an increase of the use of internet use based on the work platforms we use. Like, for example, Zoom meetings, cloud-based management systems. There are all these workshops like Slack, where you can be able to coordinate meetings and work and assignments with people with your office or outside groups. So there's so many platforms we are using, but at the same time, we are exposing ourselves to major security threats. There are a few things that I would want to recommend. Before I recommend, it's first very, very important for people to understand how vulnerable they are. Like, what are those opportunities that someone can easily expose themselves? The kind of even network systems we use. Like I've told you, right now everyone has migrated into working at home, but we're using our mobile phones, we're using our personal computers, we're using Wi-Fi's, public Wi-Fi's, where we access, you just go like to, I don't know, a cafeteria or your home Wi-Fi, and we don't know how secure that is, secure those networks, our connections are. Yet all these cyber criminals are out there ready to access whatever information we put out there. We're not very sure of our passwords. The passwords we have on our phones, how secure are they? Are they encrypted? Is the information encrypted? No, it's not. Then again, most of the gadgets we use, our family members use them, or the people we are locked down with use them and have access to them. Most of our children use their computers to play games, to play. So it's very easy for them to share this information without even, someone else to share this information, or to access information without us knowing, or even our workspaces knowing. And so if you know that, you have to know the leakages. First of all, what are those leakages? And the opportune moments, the opportunistic instances for cyber criminals to exploit. Someone talked about emails. There are all these we call it phishing emails and forwards on social medias that may end up, you don't know what exactly you're forwarding. In this whole COVID period, I have received like 1 million forwards and also emails that are telling you this and that about COVID. How safe are they? So how can you, first of all, knowing that loopholes, then what can you do in an office? One is to make sure that first of all you come up with a policy within your office, and make sure after you've identified the data tools, the security loopholes, how do you do that? Get a cybersecurity expert. You don't have to have them and in-house. You can consult them from wherever they are, and then they'll be able to review your system. When they review your system, then they will be able to let you know what kind of security loopholes you have, and they can also recommend the defense mechanisms you can use.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're out of time. You want to sum up that in like 30 seconds for us?
Oh yes, sure. Okay. Well, it's a whole. It's a thing I'm very passionate about. Anyway, I think the most important thing is just have a close review of your company VPN configuration. Consider what secure gateways or solutions for remote workers. Make sure that everything is encrypted. Review of what do you call it? Your internet, your extranet and intranet, and of course use more secure accounts. Then lastly, okay, in 2 seconds, sorry. It's the most important. Just have a policy. Just have a working policy or practices, and train your staff. Train your staff and make sure that they are aware of these what they call it, of these vulnerabilities. Then and come up with some kind of standards which everyone has to follow. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I'd just like the panelists to just in 1 minute each, just give concluding remarks, and also just give us their contact on how our viewers can reach them in case they need to patronize your services. We'll start with you,
Karen.
Kagiso.
Okay.
Okay, so my quick summary is that yeah, so I mean, like touching on the issue of cybersecurity, you know, it has been reported that there are a lot of attacks during the COVID-19 pandemic versus before. So this is a clear indication that you know, with the use of technology, there are this also threats and vulnerabilities that we find ourselves exposed to. So please ensure that your sensitive data, you know, whether it's through your phone or through your organization's ICT infrastructure, is, you know, safeguarded. I mean, there is recommendation to ensure that there is two-step authentication before you can access you know, whatever resource that you want to access online versus just you know, one sign-on, you know, using a password. So that's another way of ensuring that you know, only legitimate users access, you know, your resources. And data is very, very important. The new oil, you know, as others put it. So it has to be made accessible. It has to be made interoperable and reusable. You know, as the FAIR guidelines, you know, clearly stipulate. So it's an encouragement to countries to actually look into that. My contacts, I'm available on email ndlovuk@ub.ac.bw. I'm available on social media as well. I'm you know, available on Facebook. Unfortunately, I'm not on Twitter or you know, Instagram. But my mobile number 7178-6953. It's available on WhatsApp as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Kagiso. Caroline.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been indeed a very interesting discussion. I look forward to more conversations concerning law and technology. And just to finish up, I'd like to just say to everyone that it begins with you. So if there is a loophole that you see, then come up with the technology to fix that. So most of the technologies that we see out there is because there was someone who saw a gap somewhere and needed to fit that gap. So yeah, let's invent more, let's be more innovative and enjoy technology that is available to us and use it to be more efficient. So thank you so much to my fellow panelists. Asanteni sana.
How can we contact you, Caroline? Carol?
Yeah, at Carol Chemutai, and on LinkedIn as well as Caroline Chirchir.
Okay, thank you for that. Alice, final remarks and how can we contact you?
Okay, well, pretty much for me, what I wanted to say is that, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I realize this conversation was more for people from, most of our panelists are from Southern Africa. Yeah. So it's good to bring in someone from a totally different region, different perspectives. I'm always very happy to share my experience from definitely my angle, and of course to learn. So I've pretty much learned a lot. What I just wanted to say is that we definitely need collaboration. Someone kept on talking about, I think, the people in the media, how Africans, we don't collaborate. We always wait, I think, for the white man to come and put us together. But I'm thinking, how can we definitely, how do we work together to definitely promote legal technology on the continent? This is a great opportunity. I'm available always to share more and to work together. There are so many platforms I run. I run an innovation hub, legal innovation hub, which gives an opportunity for young lawyers and other professionals, programmers to work together and innovate for the law. Then I also I co-founded what they call it, an academy. Someone is talking about where these lawyers can actually gain skills. So it's a legal tech and innovation academy where it's mainly really young people trying to train them into legal technology. So you can find it online on all the Facebook pages, the social media pages. And then, I'm on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, everything as Alice Namuli Blazovic. My Twitter handle is @Namuli Blazovic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, Tefo.
Thank you.
In 2
our
seconds.
yes, in our culture we say the last one is chief. Something like that. So, no, thank you. It has been an eye opener for me, and I think for the rest of the panelists. All I can say is to the media houses, they need to embrace technology and take advantage of it and go global. I mean, we're living in a global village. They don't have to target Botswana as the only target market. Now they can go bigger and get better business elsewhere. And to the government, we still need that freedom of information law in place to be able to give us more access to more information that we can use to develop other avenues of revenue and job creation. I mentioned earlier that the arts and creatives can actually benefit a lot from that. So thank you very much. I'm reachable on Facebook. It's therefore Patswani on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and I'm also you can get in touch with Misa Botswana on Facebook as the organization, and my number +267 7230 8625. It's also available on WhatsApp. We can catch a chat. Oh, and the email address is tefo.patswani@gmail.com. So I'm available to engage with fellow Africans.
Thank you so much for that. And I see a comment by Karabo saying platforms like this will help us collaborate as Africans, and this is much appreciated. We have Lolo with us, and I want to repeat what Lolo said to me yesterday because I think it's really important for our discussion, particularly because we have people in the legal space as well as, and also specializing in the tech space. And she says, I'm in a single space with defined purpose, able to infiltrate every sector or space. That last part, and I think, Lolo, you need to repeat it as well as you give the closing remarks for this summit. It's really important. It says a lot about us lawyers, and as we are trying to move into the technological space, we also need to be open-minded. We need to embrace technological changes. We need to embrace and welcome technology into the ways in which we provide legal services. That way we continue to remain relevant. We continue to grow as a business. Over to you, Lolo.
Thank you so much. And yes, it was amazing chatting to you yesterday. Just to touch on what I meant, I'm a story that drives me towards that particular point. I remember when I was sharing with about
you're breaking. Hello, Lolo.
Okay, just hang on a second. I can hear you.
Okay, please proceed. You were breaking at some point.
Able to hear now?
Yeah, we can.
Closer, hopefully that will be better. And what I was, it's very important to understand that yes, we are taught to stay in your lane. At the same time, the world does not really encourage, by virtue of how everything is going, the world does not encourage that you stay in your little corner of expertise. And I remember I was talking to 2 people about this particular conference, and the sentiment was more of, what? You're going to be a law event or an event?
Okay, Lolo, your network is not good and you're breaking and we can't hear you clearly. Retabile, we're going to ask you to please do the closing remarks for us. Retabile is the facilitator of this amazing summit, quite insightful. Thank you so much for all the effort you've put in to make this a success.
Thank you so much, Ada. I would like to thank the rest of the team for this amazing summit. I wouldn't have done it without the panel with so much enthusiasm. And thank you, Ada, for your support and for your push. And the comments we've been getting are great. Lolo, sorry for that with the technical glitch that you're having. We would have loved to hear more from you. And I'm sure we're going to be having a lot of these sessions coming in. We are bringing you a newsletter, and all our panels are going to be having something to say in the newsletter, a little article. And we're also having podcasts that are coming. We are having webinars. So this summit is meant to benefit you throughout the year. This is going to be an annual summit coming in every year. It's a good start. It's a good start that we are coming online. Though we are forced by the COVID-19 pandemic, but it came in handy for this particular summit to showcase that we are really about digital, and we hope that you will continue to embrace technology in your organizations. We understand that the frustration has taken a toll on everybody else, but we hope that this is the best time to be able to do what we can to collaborate and also to embrace technology. I don't know if Lolo would like to just maybe summarize on a little word or two, just hoping that you're back on track.
I hope I'm audible. Well done. Most important, well done to the organizing team. Welcome to the platform. And what I really encourage is courageous leadership. Dream big, dream boldly, again and again and again. I believe that the question that we should be asking ourselves is, how explicit an attempt are we willing to use the existing and available disruptive technologies to drastically improve lives and livelihoods? Can you hear me?
Yes, we got a few words from you, but it was still not clear. Thank you so much, and special thanks to our partners, Ing24 and Pereco Foundation. Thank you for all your support, and thank you for selflessly making this a success. We are truly grateful, and indeed history has been made today, the first Botswana Law and Tech Summit to be held in Botswana virtually. Wow. Wow, aren't you guys excited? I am excited. And to our viewers who are watching us, thank you so much for all the questions. Till this time again next year, it's goodbye.